That's not exciting at all. Oh God. I'm scared, chat. I'm gonna get type. There we go. Alright, let's get this bad boy started. Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Let's do this shit. If I ever get into an argument with a Karen on the bus, I hope this song plays. So I'm just like, she's like, where's your manager? Like, you want to see my manager? You want to see my manager? Oh, hell no. Like, imagine, like, just different moments of your life. Like, you have to go take a piss. This song just starts blasting. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Alright. Here we are. Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Amazing game. Look at... Alright. Here we go. Herlock Sholmes. Let's do this. Alright. Oh, the sound effects. I love how they never change those. Autosave feature. Nice, nice. Autosave's nice. Ooh. This is the thing. I've never heard this song before. I know like nothing about these games. I've managed to stay spoiler free for like 7 years or whatever. Why do we have like Russian troops in the audience? Is it gonna do anything else? Let's see. Yo. Music. Why would there be an off? What sick motherfucker? The effects I could maybe understand. But why would you turn the music off? That's literally the game. Well, that's kind of cool. You can adjust the amount of time you wait for autoplay. That's pretty cool. Turn this on to enable story mode in place of autoplay, allowing you to progress through the game automatically without having to press any buttons. The answers to questions, presentation of evidence, are all handled on your behalf. I mean, that's kind of cool for those that need it. Some people just want to watch a story. They don't want to, like, think, I guess. It's like, yeah, it's like anime mode, right? Honestly, it's never a bad thing to have options. You know what I mean? I won't knock it. That's basically just book mode. It's weird how the sound effect is so like, it sounds so low quality. Like that. We have anything? Oh yeah, I don't want to get spoiled though. All right, let's go. Oh wait. We're obviously gonna start with 1. All right, let's go. Oh yeah, we gotta use the DLC code.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation.
Japan was totally in America.
Over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
That was quick. Yo, wait, isn't that us?
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Yo, that's us! We're having an Edward situation right off the bat. Shit. Bienvenue à la Carnival. Yeah, where's your ally when we need her? The Adventure of the Great Departure. November, 8:43 a.m. Separate court of jury, defendants, antechamber 5. Oh, they have a history button. I love that. Still can't believe it. Still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? Oh shit, we're fucked. What? Nothing. Save your glass, murderer. Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Ryunosuke? Ryunosuke. Are we gonna defend ourselves? Bruh, wouldn't be the first time. This is supposed to be Phoenix's ancestor. Naruhodo is the Japanese name of Phoenix, right? If you didn't know. His name is, something Naruhodo. So this is like the same name, you know what I mean? I'm a second-year student here at the Imperial Umite University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough! Oh shit, it's Edward, but not really. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. But who are you? I'm this man's... Oh, we have a lawyer. I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes, until the judge has given his verdict on the case. No one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you hold your tongue. Bro, he actually has a sword, bro. Von Karma who? She'd get fucking wrecked here. Technicalities, look at you, you haven't even graduated yet. I also like how they're doing the side conversation. Like, I like how they're using a lot of, like already there's been a lot of presentation. It's not just been like one static shot. There's been like a lot of moving around and stuff, which is cool. You I still don't know better than you, sorry. And yet I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yeah, of course. So sorry. Just the constant hair blowing. Or the thing blowing in the wind constantly. Bro, I wish my hair could do that. Just like... Alright, get my hand on the phone. Yo, I'm like him now. I'm so cool. Yeah, right? Who are you apologizing to me for? No, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma. Kazuma? I would say that's just Kazuma, right? Kazuma, I've never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. But I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these last few days. You, my university professor, murdered in cold blood by a student. Are we fucked? But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. It's like reverse Larry Butts, kinda. Of course not, you have to believe me, I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. There's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up, hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. Reverse Larry Butts. Also in his second year at my university. But he's far more clever than I. Makes my voice crack when I just think about him. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. So, Ace Attorney motifs. Underage rookie lawyer who's like way above his like peers. Check. Red and blue colors. Check. Very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, lawyers are only a few years old. Ah, we're fucked. We're so fucked. My qualifications don't mean much yet. Well, aren't you the most qualified person of anyone? It's exactly the same thing 3 days ago. Just looking cool as fuck. Like, I'm a fucking lawyer, yo. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes. That's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma. Looks like you're gonna get study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. You'll be representing Japan as you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world, even though it just started 3 days ago. I'm really happy for you. I'm proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious magmatana energy billowing around his temple. I want to bring about change in our legal system. That's why I had to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. Yo, we're going to Britain? We're going to the UK? Poggers. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's city of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little while longer. Good idea, after all. It's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. Look, they got high class, bro. They got a flower on the fucking table, man. Look at that potted plant. Fucking Charlie in the corner. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. And then he faded away. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Sogi, may I have a word? Professor, I didn't know you were coming. What's on his chest? Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Sogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chamber and give him a hand. To His Excellency's chamber? Why? Maya. Yo, this is our new Maya. I'm down. He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense for the trial was a sudden decision. Seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yeah, thanks, Kazuma. This is awkward. If I may. Yeah, sorry. You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yuma University. Oh, he's fucking, he's what's her fucking name? He's Emma. It's Emma Sky. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. Heard that name for Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Sogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Forensics didn't exist back then, I know. I'm wondering what, like, all the cases are gonna be, because, like, there's no photos. There's no, like, forensic shit. There's no, you know what I mean? Like, so I wonder if they'll use it to their advantage. With this, they actually made magic, like, part of the legal system. So it'll be interesting what they do with this one. No, what? Well, as you no doubt heard, Asoge's been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, we will fucking murder him. I'm afraid that the permission will be revoked and never granted again, bruh. Yeah, I guess that's why they're gonna have that jury system back, where there's like 5 witnesses at once. What? As I suspected, you're unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dream will be shattered? Pepe hands? I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? Yeah, like, what the fuck? The administration has chosen to form a large number of applicants from overseas to study. Very difficult to dissuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it, I swear. I am not a murderer. I am not a cat. Sure, that's true, but nevertheless, I'm going to show you that proving your innocence will not be an easy task. You see, we're in a pretty fucked up legal system. There's certain peculiarities about today's trial. Wouldn't be an Ace Attorney game without some kind of fuckery. Is this the new tense music? I like this new version. Oh, like different keys and shit. But it still kind of sounds like the original. Ooh, extra layers? See, there's certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry, what do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, wet your pants. The judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? What will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the expedition before? Of course not. Defend it! Defend yourself to save your friend's dream. I wonder if that's gonna be the case, yeah. Court's about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once? It would seem our sewer discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Oh, they're gonna ask us if we want to defend ourselves. And we're gonna say, I do. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. Well, I mean, there's no way they were just gonna make us sit through the trial being like, wow, what a cool game we're not playing. What do you wait for? Do you want to be found guilty before failing to appear? Get moving, there's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. Whoa. This is sick. This is it. This trial goes badly. Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what the fuck I'm doing, I embarked on the unforgettable trial. So I'm loving the presentation in this. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. "22nd November, 9 a.m. Supreme Court of Courtroom 2. Oh shit. So this is a courtroom. Our eyes are like we're tweaking out, man. Oh, usually we see it from the other direction. It tripped me out that we're seeing it from this direction. Because usually you see it from the other direction. You know what I mean? Usually the prosecutor's on the right. But technically we are on the side that we're usually on. It's just we're seeing a different camera angle. Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't like the much look of the people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. That's what I say. They all look like goddamn Russian spies. Powers of B demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? Trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time, but for now, you need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Yo, it's Pain! Yo, the judge actually has a real beard. He's not... Is this the same judge? The court will now be the trial of Ryunosuke Naruto. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Before we begin, there's one point of order that I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocates. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedures for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days before the trial. As is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for a final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? Moment of truth. This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. I know, why is he so like... But then if I say, I do. I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for us. Ah! I want to be the zero guy. I don't want to be the lame-o dude. Man. What's the meaning of this unruly outburst? Yo, what's going on, boy and man? We just started the game. We're in feudal Japan. We're just about to defend ourselves in court. Apparently, lawyers have only existed for 3 years. So nothing fucked up is going to happen at all in this trial. And also, is this the same judge? What's the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruto, will be defending myself. Yeah, we're gonna set the precedents right now, bro. Which would make sense why the law's so wacky later in the game. That's kind of interesting, I guess. Like, it makes sense lore-wise. What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikadatuba told me everything. Just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. Oh yeah, our boy here Zero here wants to go to the UK to go study abroad. But if he does this trial and fails, then Japan won't let him go. I think your dream to study abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off? I'm sorry, what? Yo, what's with these Capcom games? Jacking in and Mega Man. Gonna jack in, jack out. And now he's getting us off. You won't be able to get... You think I won't be able to get you off? Yo, where's Birdie when we need him, man? Wrong guy. No, it's not like that, really. It's just... Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason, not you. Yes. I knew that's how you feel. Plus, I'm Proto Man anyway. I can't actually do anything in the game. Which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Oh, Professor Mikatuba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the Defense Society advocate for himself in today's trial. Where's the breeze coming from, bro? I have no idea. I also love how a Pain lineage goes this far back, and they're always bald. Well, well. Is that accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel, really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defense innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruto-san? Exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. Come on, no, just like Phoenix, man. Runs in the family bloodline, man. You're the exact same sweat pose, too. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. Well, that looks like his penis. He's trying to get us off. He's just... I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. I was gonna say, do they see our face when we're like shitting the bricks? And they do. Huh. We're from your university student to be brought here before the Supreme Court. Yeah, I was gonna say that they obviously do, right? You must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. Like, how do we not just get found guilty? Because sometimes Phoenix is just like, as you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest of standards of conduct are expected to be present. Do I make myself clear, defendant Naruto? It is therefore my duty to assess your competence. Are they gonna ask us our name and all this shit again? They always do this shit. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job, you dumbass. Well, you can't be questioning it more than I am. Let's just start with the very simplest of questions. Yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But wait. They're gonna make us actually use our buttons? I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was his name again? Bro. Let me guess. Your mind's complete blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information of this case can be found in the court record. But I don't even know what button to press, bro. It's simple. You can access the court. Why is that in such fancy lettering? Court record with a press of R. No, you're a lying piece of shit, Kazuma. You're a lying piece of shit. You're a lying piece of shit. If I've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. Press R for the court record. All right. There's no time to lose. This is a list of evidence you collected. Now, oh yeah, I'm using, yeah, a GameCube controller. I have one of those ones that has like the home button and everything. This is the one I played Undertale with, or beat Undertale with. I like it for these kind of games, cause like, you know what I mean. It's like you can usually use both sticks and stuff. There's lots of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people with R. Oh, do we have to present people again? I hope we do. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just go press B to go back. Hey. My cat keeps scratching the couch and then getting stuck on it. The victim of the case, John H. Wilson. Why? What is this guy doing here? Oh, he's from the British Empire. That makes sense. Like, what the fuck is a John Wilson doing here? So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now, you better not keep his excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press X to present.
Yes!
Yes! That's a new one. The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. He was essential. Just wait till we get to Herlock Sholmes, bro. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yuma University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. Is this true, boy and man? Were they bros? They were saying this at the beginning of the game. They were like, Western culture has been influenced by Japan for as long as like generations, and they've always had a huge Japanese influence. So let's talk about how Japan and like North America and shit had a huge Japan love for each other. I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Now most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. Can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Ah, yes. I love these things that they do to make it work for people like me in North America. Because they're just trying to make it like, the games take place in California, right? But then why are we in Japan? Oh yeah, the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Of course. You know, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. The blood of an Englishman! Son of a bitch. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yuma University, are you not? Oh shit. We're a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. Imagine after the fall of the shogunate. Interesting. I was wondering what like specific year. I think it says like on the box or something. I mean, Americans don't know of Japan's existence. But they're playing this on a Switch. Wait a minute. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. I love this kind of shit though. I probably like playing Civilization. Like it's cool seeing like these like alternative histories. You know what I mean? Like these like hypothetical situations. Like what if like Britain and Japan were like best buds and like there was never like any crazy like shit that happened or wars and stuff. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. Huh. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. That's why this trial has been unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. I thought this was the best legal system in the world. All because the victim was an Englishman. Damn. I guess xenophobia is still in the game a little bit. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. What's with his eyes? The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I better get going. Are we having like a Fire Emblem Three Houses tea time? I just realized that. Are we building up our social links so we can have like better attack and shit? Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea, after all. It's not every day. Yeah, we already said this. We already saw this cutscene. See you later tomorrow then, partner. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. Wait, what? What is that I've seen that man at university. Why are we talking like Donkey Kong? I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. It came out 2 years ago yesterday. Holy shit. I don't know his name, but still. I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table. And I whipped it out. It's everything in a Japanese accent and it works. CousinCatnip recently banned off Twitch. Boy, what did he do? Well, he very intense accent while playing a Great Ace Attorney. He insisted upon it. And introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Hey, bro. That's how we're gonna see the cutscene? Now, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruto. Yes, Your Excellence. Why are we like... We look like we like legitimately snorted a bunch of cocaine. Okay, what's one on my eyelash? We literally we did like a line, and he's like... And like someone busted him doing it, now he's like all paranoid. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? And he's not even blinking, he's just like... Say it before the court, the cause of death. Cause of death. Well, obviously that was, check the court record, dumbass. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? What if we use the evidence? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Proof that I'm a student. Time of death. I wanted to present the badge. Single bullet fired at close range. Fatal hemorrhaging from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body. So something stopped it then. Probably has like a pacemaker or some shit. Yo, I always want to present the attorney's badge. It's the best shit.
Yes!
Let's do it! The evidence that clearly shows the victim's cause of death is, of course, this! And on what basis do you present this evidence? But, because it was in the court record, of course. Slow down, buddy. Why did you pick that? Is there something more relevant looking? Well, now that you say that, I suppose I'm a dumbass. And it won't be a mystery as to the... Bro, this guy's just gonna straight up murder us. He's just gonna straight up murder us. Wow. He sounds and looks deadly serious. Dead fucking serious. Do it now.
Yes.
Oh, well. Yo, how do we have so many pieces of paper? According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Yeah, sorry, that's right. The post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. Was there autopsies back then? I guess they always would have done autopsies, right? They just probably wouldn't have the medical advancement to, like, know anything. Or maybe they didn't. I don't know. I don't know enough about when, like, that kind of shit started. I don't really care about the reality. I'm more just interested about history of real life now. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws... Oh, okay. There must have been autopsies at least since Egypt. Oh, shit. Oh, I guess it... Yeah, because they knew how to, like, pull out the brain through the nose and shit, right? Yeah, exactly. Like they had pretty advanced knowledge of the inner workings of the body. They obviously would have had some sort of idea. But here in Japan, people just make shit up. True. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is just so... Oh, there is photos. Okay. It's a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. How long will this take? How long will this photo take to take? You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet holes produced by the powder explosion. True. Wouldn't that be like point blank? Yeah, that'd be like a point blank range shot. Shot at close range. A lot of autopsy paintings. No way, that's actually interesting. Autopsy paintings would be so fascinating. That would still take like forever to draw. Like imagine having to stare at that corpse for like 7 hours. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. Photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. The atheist didn't care about the respect for the dead. He only cared about science. I feel like that's an interesting conversation to be had about that, but it's kind of fucked up morally. Of like, advancing science, but under what circumstance, you know what I mean? So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. Looks like that people made reports about it. Yeah. I've been to there's a museum, Body Worlds or Body Works or whatever, where they have like dissected humans. You can see like every part of the human and all this stuff. And I know my mom wants to be a part of it when she dies. So, yeah. And they show you different stuff. They'll be like, this is like a woman pregnant, and here's like what the fetus looks like on the inside. Or like, here's like what smoking does to your lungs, and like actually shows like all the parts of the lungs and shit. I had to like touch her brain. That was cool. Clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well, I'm satisfied with your answers. It was a lot harder in the Middle Ages because taking apart of humans as disrespecting gods. Oh, that's interesting. It was more of like a faith thing than anything. Than like a moral thing. That's interesting. Very well, I'm satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial, finally. You passed the tutorial. Certainly, Your Excellency. He looks so fucking serious. So without further ado, in order to better appease the court with the facts of the case... What's going on, man block? Prosecution hereby calls its first witness. Who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened? This is it then? I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Yo, he is the new Maya! You weren't joking, Super Derpy Face. Ah, of course. When he was speaking with you before, he simply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Ha! He's really been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Oh! Why does this game have so many sex puns? You think I won't be able to get you off? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Yo, he's on our side. We look like a goddamn nutcase. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold... Yo! He also can see the windy headband. How does that work? Witness? State your name and occupation for the call, please. Of course, my name is Satoru Hasanoga. I am the head waiter at a Western-styled restaurant called Le Carnival. Bro, that's not okay. That's not okay, bro. I'm liking this music. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, Is this guy a vampire? It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, really should. It really should. As everyone knows, the capital of the southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim occurrence occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery 3 days ago. Understood. Hasanoja-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. All cross-examination, let's fucking go! At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have a few diners at the time of day. The lunchtime rush was over and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits with my memory of it too. There's hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried into the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Hold on, let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
I believe I should refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, defendant Naruto. Don't worry, Inosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must quietly listen to the witness. Oh. Why? They always pick up a fucking gun like a dumbass. I don't know why. Ugh. I may confirm at one point later. All I was thinking, super derpy face. Why do they do this shit? Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today. I did the wrong voice for the wrong person. Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? How bloody is that towel? No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. I don't know why this is so. I love this. I wonder if he got shot or something. Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around the table. What's the matter, Inosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wiley to say hello. Oh shit. There was a woman sitting opposite to him at the table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do?
Yes!
Yes! Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Dear me. What are we gonna do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. You think it's the waiter? I think it's this mystery lady. Could it be the accused, this mere student? Is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Hasanoga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. Yo, he's doing that evil anime thing. He's doing the evil anime thing. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. Who does that shit? Who does that remind me of? It's what anime is that? Where they like put it down and have the evil fucking and they like see the thing in their glasses or whatever. There's so many different ones, but there's one in particular. It's like Yu-Gi-Oh or some fucking stupid shit. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. Yeah, she kind of reminds me of Luke at me a little bit as well. From the third Phoenix Wright game. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please have a look if you'd like. It's a common thing. Yeah. Let me see it. A sketch of the establishment layout drawn by yourself, I presume. How are we supposed to touch? How are we supposed to trust this? Trust this. Trust. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of the business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. We gotta trust this? Around here, Shelly? Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, it has a little bit of the Shelly the killer. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Well, is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Oh, of course. Here you are. Oh, there's something on the back of that. There's blood on it or something. I bet you. Was otherwise being completely calm and collected until now. He's got the Black Plague, man. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. The way his business card has been entered into the court record. Or he just took a massive hit. Dude, I love that shit. So now the court has heard a precis of like I've never heard that word before. A precis? I'm assuming it means like a summary. A precise? A precis? Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruto? Yes, Your Excellency? If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. They always fucking murder you, so I wouldn't take that. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case of the court. But I must warn the defense if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial. The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. Bruh. Shit. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? You fucked, bro. Well, I'm gonna be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Bro. Everyone keeps telling me the trial is unusual. About these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Makuta has said it, and so is the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face. Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just gonna abandon that duty? Are you just gonna give up on it? A lawyer never gives up. I thought that was Maya's thing, or Mia, or whatever. The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bringing out these witnesses. I love Naruto's face. He's looking like Bara. Then we'll just see how decisive this evidence really is. Professor Iuchi, please continue with proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. A few short moments from now, that dumbstruck mouth of yours will be silenced forever. Prosecution calls his next witness as... Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. Oh, shit. Witnesses, please kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. The great Nippon Emperor Sergeant Ayusa knows I'm a part of a dirty stuff. Myself, I must employ a pure fine agriculture from quality from the effortlessness of our nation, Nippon. And you look my trade for Mushitaya, humble premises in the sacred districts. Royal Karakuta at your service. We were cross-examine them, what the fuck? We're about to cross-examine these guys, I think. I think they just gave us, I bet you they gave us this piece of evidence that we're gonna have to like turn over or some shit. And we're gonna definitely, definitely intense. This whole setup, even the way this looks, it's very much like this game. I said it before, it feels like a sequel to this game right now. The Professor Layton, crossover game. Especially with the way the menus look and everything. An antique dealer and a soldier, what an unusual pairing. Well, these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I have perpetually take tea at the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question. Always post noon. And not infrequently, converse with an interested parties regarding what curious which I should take as my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at Le Carnival. He hangs out with potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets Le Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see, although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Dude's selling drugs. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative! The enemy was seen attacking the fallen in what can only be described as an act of war, sir! Hog you! It was that black, uninformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir! This man's impossible to understand as the other. I'm sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So this is a decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening? The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. That was a weak yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir, state our request to report, sir. A favorite memory of most acrobatic after all. Here we go. What the witness saw. I was addressing a regulation beefsteak at the regular restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man, sir. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio at the military gentleman. At the precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes, sir. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precise curio. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moments. Yeah, so this game, you can have up to 5 people at once, which is pretty crazy. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the time, the victim at the time. Yes, sir, affirmative, sir. The wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy, sir. Bro, What times we live in when an English gentleman may be as sound in the broad light of day. This guy straight up has a goddamn knife. That's ridiculous, I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Sanuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. Why would anyone think I was guilty? Yeah, it's just like, yeah. And I said hello to Dr. Woost and I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. The fuck's an English gun doing here? I thought perhaps the professor dropped his Glock. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, well, that's true. There was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. How would you pick it up like that? I know, why would you just be like, yo, bro, is that your gun? And somewhere in these two witness testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Rinosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now. As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It's time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial.
Yes!
What in the name of the Empire is the meaning of this outburst? Colonel Kling not looking happy. I mean, the defense demands its right to cross-examination. Dear me. Let me guess. The Hakamaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How did he know? Prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
The defense is asserting his right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. I love the shitting themselves moment when it flashes. Zuma's so commanding. It's making my panties wet. Very well. The defense conduct a cross-examination of the witness. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Rinosuke. I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witness's statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means that the soldier said it has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing this is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves that the witness is lying. And let's go, Rinosuke. Don't let them beat you. Alright, it's all or nothing. Spider-Man. Moment I've been waiting for. You're ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant.
Yes!
Why doesn't he say hold it? That's so weird. It's so weird they don't say hold it. They say yes. That's so weird. Well, why don't you ready to say anything? Is some kind of new interrogation technique? Yo, it's working. It's working. Yes! Yes! We're just feeling fierce today in court. We're just fierce in court. I hadn't actually thought of what I wanted to ask. Just about anything that catches your attention. Anything that bothers you. The word hold it wasn't a thing back then? Interesting. That's a good point. This beef steak you mentioned. What kind of food is that? I mean, but like the term hold it might not have existed back then though. Like actually though. I like going with that logic. Japan wasn't that advanced. They didn't have advanced. They haven't invented hold it. Not yet. It was an import. Beef steak is a delicious kind of veal. Veal? Oh, this son of a bitch. Vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill and served piping hot. Sir! If food could receive medals of honor, beef steak would be almost as highly decorated as a cutlet. Objection exists? So yeah, that's weird, right? Right, I see. Thank you, sir. So next question. But objection probably got invented with the courts, right? Or with lawyers. This cutlet you mentioned, what kind of food is that? We're so not English. Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in cooking oil. Hey, that sounds pretty good. Accept your guilty verdict, atone for your crimes, and when you're released from prison, try it. Yes, sir, I will, sir. On the double, sir. Sorry to interrupt, but, how about trying to stick to questions that aren't relevant to the case? Oh, sorry, I'll do my best. So, next question. Is it just me, or do you keep hearing a sort of wah? I heard it that time. Elizabeth meant that he's a big beef lover. Affirmative. It's not easy knowing what questions to ask. Oh, yo, I got an award. Let's go. Is there, like, achievements in this game? That's cool. Myself, I was extoliating the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman.
Yes!
Yes! I have no idea what you're talking about. A koban, boy? A koban? You mean an old Edo coin? Day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the period entered into my possession. I took myself to the restaurant the following day, where said items secreted in my bosom. Oh. In the hope of an affluent cognition appraised of its indisputable value being present. So you're hoping to sell your Koban coin? Sergeant Nosa, whom you met at the restaurant? Yes, it's quite clear what you're going with this, boy. You're about to assert that the penniless soldier would have no hopes of purchasing a precious Koban. Isn't that so? Well, you little upstart cadets. You want to disrespect the superior authority or lesser crimes, do you? Blatant subordination. No, I didn't say anything. Although penniless might just be the word I was looking for. In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond the time for the midway urchin. Just remain precious, few present with whom I can engage with discourse about matters of business. The gentleman at the side of me who was grappling with his braised veal at the time was my sole prospect. I see. At the precious moment a firearm was discharged, I observed the enemy's actions with my own. Yes! So you're saying that you actually saw me at the time? Affirmative. I saw you. Laughing, cackling like a madman as you trained the barrel of your gun on the English. Jesus Christ. That was the weakest slamming of a desk I've ever heard. But that's impossible. Allow me to confirm just one point, please. What's that, Private? Thinking carefully about the statement you just made, it seems to me it must have just been after you heard the gunshot that you looked over the victim's table. So what if it was? Well, if it really is the case, it would mean that you didn't in fact see the precise moment when the killer actually fired the gun. Bitch. Ah! And double R! My sixth sense. Sorry? My sixth sense of danger. I picked up the waves of murderous energy radiating from your foul mind. Which means, by Salem witch trial method, you're obviously guilty. I spent a second before you pulled the trigger. I was looking right at you, cadet. Surely that's not really possible, is it? You think I would have got where I am today in the army if I couldn't have sensed danger at all? Son? Well? It would seem that the soldier is absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. This is not good. Hold it! So this black black uniformed university cadet. You're saying that was... Ah! I've heard just about enough of your sauce, cadets. Well, you see around here in black uniform, huh? Well, there's someone standing right next to me. This is the description as well, but... It was you, you little weasel. You unloaded the firearm on that man. From behind his back, and you call yourself a citizen of the great empire of Nippon. Baby crying in the background. You disgust me. What is it, Narita Nasuke? I'm not quite sure. It's something that the sergeant just said, but I just can't put my finger on it. Something's playing on my mind. In that case, check back over the details of the evidence you gathered in the court record. If you find inconsistency with what his witness just said, don't hold back. Present the evidence to the courts. Thrust it in the witness's face and make him choke on it. All right. So the black uniform, the black uniform varsity cadet fired on the English civilian and from the back. Oh, that doesn't make sense. He's trying from the front, isn't it? Do we have the picture? Where's the picture? There it is. Yes! Get the fuck out of here. Silently makes a screen capture. Bro, do you see all the stuff this guy's saying? You think I won't be able to get you off? He's really been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Well, as we've learned that he's a big beef lover. Present the evidence to the court. Thrust it in the witness's face and make him choke on it. What are you playing at, cadets? What is the meaning of this subordination? There's some photographic print in my mustache. Inconsistency, sir! I mean, yes! There's a clear consistency here. Just... what nonsense? What could this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Yes! Well, obviously that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. This proves beyond a shadow of a doubt, Your Excellency. But there's no place for an amateur student here in the grand courtroom. It's so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. Think, courtroom, think! Spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma, what? What are you talking about? Apparent from a single glance at the photographic prints presented by the defense. Now, there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant, yes or no, sir? Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes.
But no, that just can't be. Am I not, cadet? Because. Take a close look at the prints. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? What the fuck? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back and pushed it down again. He's got a baby, bro. Sir, there's a clear discrepancy here with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At the juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. He's trying to hide the kid from the court for some reason. Till that moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were... I guess under the sashes, right? Probably fixing the delicious Lacanaville steak, sir. What? Last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond unreasonable doubts. The witness, Sergeant Iasanosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. Yeah, that's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom, bitch. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial. It's almost like that's the name of the game. Actually, not in North America, but in Japan, they're called the turnabout. It's like the turnabout trial or something like that. That's why all the cases are usually called like the turnabout this or the turnabout of ashes or the turnabout whatever. So that's the name drop right there. He killed him. Just from that one discrepancy. Kill that zoom. So that's what being an ace attorney. Oh, double name drop. That's what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there. He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes.
Yes. But I never fired the gun, dumbass. All I did was pick it up off the floor like an idiot. And you, old man. You didn't see the moment the victim was shot either. Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure? Bro! Indeed! The Hoya Kagolan! My prize guide! On each occasion when I visit the restaurant, it is my habit to place it in my bosom pocket. I love talking about my bosom. A particular trinket of interest from my shop. Razutai. This guy death shot. Dude, he already busted out a knife and shit, man. This guy's hella guilty. In the hopes of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. One thing I do like so far about this game, usually in Ace Attorney games, like especially the earlier ones, they only have like 3 characters for a case. So far we've already had like 3 or 4 characters. So it's been kind of nice, like it's hard to tell who it is. You know what I mean? Usually you can kind of guess, even when they don't tell you, because it's obviously going to be the person who, like, the new character that's introduced. But here it feels like a wild card. You know what I mean? Like, I have no idea, which is really cool. And maybe that's one of the reasons why he didn't want to continue using the original characters, like the original writer. It's hard to, like, surprise people when you have to bring back fucking Old Bag for the 1000th time. In the hopes of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you? On a day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I preferred my Hawaii treasure. I believe that he would purchase such a rare find. I did not. This guy's Yoda. But I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes from the briefest of moments, there was no more. It simply vanished. The Cobine vanished? Hunting around your table, Lewis. In case perhaps you would have fallen there. And that has happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? I did. But he did not. For I'm only concerned with finding my absolute toy treasure. Nothing understand me. out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. Yo, the sergeant's looking a little stressed over there. The lamentable day. The precious toy common was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. Yo! Did he steal it? Yo, Stalin stole that shit, man. Stalin totally stole that shit. As I'm sure with everyone present here is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. By telegraph? How long is that gonna take? Oh my god. 7 years later. Nevertheless, the witness testimony this court has just heard was incisive. No matter how subservient the government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Professor Iochi? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the, may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the way back. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. How do they get the electrical wires to Britain? That's a good point, right? Yeah, how do they telegraph it to Great Britain? Hold up! That's a bigger... They probably did telegraph because it was old-timey. But they forgot that shit uses electricity. There's a giant fucking cable going across the... from Japan. Legally despicable defendant Reynos Good Naruhodo. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Ugh. Very well, the court invites the witness to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegations. Is that clear? As clear as Kuroko Glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir, at once. What the hell is that? It's got a super monkey ball in the back. Yes, sir, at once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think? Affirmative, the newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Aido. What do you think those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny? Yeah! I'll be here all week. Aido, hand shut. The father's about to quell the enemy. Oh, that's snot bubble. Your father's about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was. The young lad in black, that much I myself did see. Furthermore, visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only prisoner present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman. Done all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. How are these arguments? I know. This is what you get when you argue in feudal goddamn Japan. Wait, yeah. What is this? The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman. There was a young woman, the butterfly. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her. What's the old man doing?
Objection!
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We're not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is that a photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel? Why would you not present this earlier? Indeed, at the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. Now this man has a huge creeper voice. As can plainly be seen, there's only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. Oh, this doesn't make any sense. Oh, we'll add this new photographic evidence to the record. It's like Trey Bien all over again. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. Greater before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wiley came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw the woman with him. It seems that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain one time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. There are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh with the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Takasushi Ayuchi, will have contributed to the amity of the two great empires. It's an honor. Alright, look this guy up. What did Takasuchi Ayuchi do for us? What did he do for the great empires? I need to know. What did he do? How could this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryanosuke. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. This guy literally is Zero. That's literally Zero's catchphrase. If what you say is true, there's something going on here behind the scenes. Oh, that would explain why this is all getting rushed, right? Wouldn't that make more sense? That's why this shit's being so whack. Because they're just trying to use it as a scapegoat. Another chance to expose it. Draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood? Rose can be so unbending at times. Baby did it. As in The Simpsons, it's the fucking baby. Even I saw it wasn't the precise moment that Fire Embassy charges. Almost the same thing. Point is that the foreign man he was, that young lad in black, that much I did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that they were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman dining all by himself. Let me look at this shit for a second. I pressing everything, but I just want to look for a second. I'm just curious. That's zoom in. That's a 4-car, right? If we look carefully, we can see the ass sweat from the other girl. Yeah, I think we gotta press him on this one. This is a pressing one. Let's press. Let's press! No, it's not the same thing at all. First, I didn't fire the gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. Opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. Oh, I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? Bruh. You got that thick rims, bro. Yeah, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink. There you have it. This guy's got the Chewbacca defense right now. Jesus Christ. Have what? Attention! The sound of the firearm rang in my ears in the very next moment. I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all, don't you? Ugh. How are these arguments? I know. And let's not forget the fact that the antique stealer witnessed the accused in the most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Karakudo-san? His point is got the foreign man he was. That young man in black. Not much I've accepted.
Yes.
See? It's definitely going to be about the alone part. Yes! It may be true that I was holding the gun at the point in time. But I've told you already. That's only because I picked it up off the floor. Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you can explain it that way. I just finished drinking my coffee and I was just about to leave the restaurant when I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet. So I picked it up. At exactly that moment, my baby shot me down. A gunshot rang out in my ears. Ha! Full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry, what do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated the testing predicament. I'm gonna fucking stab a bitch. Get in front of me, little bitch. I'll fucking stab you little fucking all day. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the culprit from the floor and found myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you. With pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
Yes!
Lies. You must have noticed something else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Objection!
I should have had pains to point out time and time again. I feel like I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. Probably a bit more people dining there at the time. Someone else would have noticed her. Yeah, what about the chef? Wasn't there a chef? Fortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. Quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. Everybody knows that. There's never any customers at any restaurant between 2 and 3. I know of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. What's with these shots fired on eating at 2 p.m.? What the fuck? Why are they hating on eating at 2 p.m. so much? I wonder if there's a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day. And why he was alone. You can't eat alone at 2 p.m. Confirmed. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was. This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? Yeah, I was just saying, we're all gonna go out and eating at 2 p.m. alone today. Fuck this shit. It's a medical report card, Your Excellency. It was here that the victim had an appointment at his clinic prior to visiting the restaurants. Exactly, you gotta be by yourself, though. The Hada Clinic? Yo, that's a reference to, this motherfucking game. Well, it's a kind of a reference to number 3 as well. But you actually go to the Hottie Clinic. I guess we're calling it the Hada Clinic. But that's where that has that doctor who always wants to feel up Maya. And he's always like, yeah, I examined all your parts. He's like, nyeh. And he goes like this. He's like, nyeh. So it's definitely a legit clinic, from what I remember. There didn't appear to be an entry for that date in question. 19th of November, noon past 1 p.m. From the very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation could be more simple. Prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really had no bearing on the case. I wonder. What do you think, Ryanosuke? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. You definitely want to get Dr. Willie's medical report card in there. Oh, yeah.
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? This court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would just be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to this arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
I love how he gets scared. Whether or not the concerns are up to date is us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well, the court will grant the defense requests. Heh. Bro, don't you remember Phoenix Wright games, man? They always play dirty. Everyone's always fucking dirty. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. So, Ayuchi's a Trump supporter, I guess. Yikes. It's the most disturbing trend. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical reports card to the record. What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle. You really don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. You can aspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Really gonna help with the rise of fascist Japan? He kind of wants to, doesn't he? Or perhaps you forgot that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubts. Feel free to reiterate for the accused Kirito Kuruka-san. A bottle of carbonated water. Sure. Sure, game. Sure. It's like in this game, where they said Phoenix Wright had a grape juice addiction, and all he likes to eat is loves drinking grape juice out of glass green bottles. Just loves that grape juice.
Yes!
Stardew Valley! Let's go. So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in. Transported the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? Let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support this statement as well. As can clearly be seen, there is only a single beefsteak on the victim's table. A meal for one. I mean, look at what the man's wearing. True. The antique dealer, the sergeant, the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea.
Yes!
We'll press the rest of this, but I think we already got, like, the clue we need. But I might as well finish pressing. Why don't you tell him the truth? What did you say, Cadet? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor, giving him a handy under the table. Perhaps one of you might have not noticed? Or for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion? It's just not possible. Fortunately for you, Defendant Naruto, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter whose testimony the court heard earlier clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. That's right. Precisely. In other words, you're the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But I... If such a woman were indeed present at the scene, prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. The blatant waste of the court's time. Okay, I can say to that. Artillery and escape. Well, yes, but no. Alright, so we're gonna repeat. Wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card that you got before. Oh wait, he's gonna actually give us more information. But perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. It wouldn't let me. I tried. That's kind of bullshit. I tried to do this. You saw me try to do this. Those are some pieces of evidence bearing magnifying glass. These are the ones that you may examine. Press in, you can take a closer look. I literally tried to do this earlier and it wouldn't let me. Wow. Oh, you can rotate with the right stick. That's cool. Rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. Oh, using left stick. This tutorial right now is killing me. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missing before. That better not be a spoiler. Crosshairs start to pulsate. Press A to investigate further. So, partner, you should take a closer look at this medical record. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. I need to use right stick and left stick and A to inspect any areas of the evidence that look suspicious. Looks like the medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a report of long-term treatment, that's why. The family doctor, I'd imagine. Well, I can't imagine going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. What is with these people? Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine, then give you painful injections. To be fair, doctors in those days probably sucked ass. And then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege. Oh, why are you low as ebb? You sound like an idiot. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. Ah? Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, they had dentistry? How old is dentistry? I'm so curious now, just about all these things. It would seem so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Damn. Yes, I've heard of this. Anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe that there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. There's a cautionary tale from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure. Oh! Get fucking wrecked. Get wrecked. Let's go wreck all of them. Let's go give them all a huge reckoning. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. 7,000 BC? Bro, I can't imagine early tooth work. They probably literally just took pliers to your fucking mouth. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. I think it's time to listen to the testimony again, don't you? Apparently if you had a toothache, they tore it out. That's what I was wondering, right? Because like they had no fillers or cavities and shit. Yeah, I feel like that's... I mean, nowadays that's still an option, right? You just would have an empty gap. If you can't afford getting like a crown or whatever. But they would still use like fucking like they'd still probably, you know, I don't know what the drug is, but they use a needle in your mouth or whatever and they numb it. Okay, where's the statement? Dining all by himself. That sounds perfect. Wasn't that basically how it was back then? Like, you get gangrene on your leg. It's like, well, chop it off or die, I guess. Like, that's just how it rolled, right?
Yes!
Well, I think, what are you waiting for, lad? Call yourself a lawyer. I wish I could. First and foremost here, I'm the accused. You be on some leather and then they just hoped you just didn't die. Fuck, man. No wonder why we only lived till we were like 20. Not 20, but like 30 or whatever. Back in the day. Everyone stumbles on their own words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I can see it quite clearly in the cross-examination you just carried out. When you just raised your hand straight up like that, so purposely. You knew exactly what it is you wanted to say. I feel like that, like, queefer kid in class who always, like, raised their hand. Or you feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright. And thanks for the advice. Alright, here we go. I'm gonna say it. Hentai is overrated. No, imagine he just says that. Kurukudu-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see. And I don't see. What of it, boy? Pairing what's written on this report card with your witness statement. Something clearly doesn't add up. Dear me. Have you forgotten my word so soon, you amateur? It didn't exist at the time. Sorry, what? You're not to interrupt court procedures with your amateurish drivel. But... Bro, there was definitely cave painting hentai. Come on. Let me see if I can explain in words you might understand. Anime didn't start until traditional Japanese art met Western animation. So basically, anime didn't exist until, like, it was able to be compared against something else. So, like, you know, even in the 90s, people were still like, well, that's a Japanese anime show. Like, it was always, like, such a weird thing. I remember people always, it was, like, such a weird thing. Nowadays, it doesn't matter. No one gives a fuck anymore. But I remember back then, people were, it was, like, so, like, taboo or something. And I'm just like, this shit's awesome. Why is everyone hating? What? Not everyone. Obviously, people love DBZ and shit. We make hentai for you. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon that when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever you may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. We'll ask any of my artists in my chat, anyone who draws for a living, anyone who wants, like, Rule 34 stuff, they pay good money. They pay very good money. So, I don't know what this means. But that's, remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language on your fancy words. Just make your fucking point, bro. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There's nearly no longer to prolong the trial further. The witness's testimony at the court have heard have been clear and concise. The medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all. For the simple reason that there was no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could have possibly... This medical record has nothing to do with this case? Do you really goddamn believe that, you goddamn son of a bitch? That outburst petrified me, boy! Boy? Of course I believe it! How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hana Clinic, which issued the report card, is a fucking dental clinic. Bitch. Dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted? Dental plan. When it all came down to the goddamn dental plan. Wishes now. Furthermore, I told you as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating due to their dental plan. Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat. So what? It's all written up here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure, while anesthesia wears off. As someone who's had that kind of stuff, I had a tooth pulled. But I've had different dental work, even recently with cavities. It is a bitch. You would not be able to eat a goddamn veal cutlet after fucking going to get your teeth pulled. So this does check out. No, I can't. Kurono-san? What, boy? What? You have this Sephiroth music right now. As you just heard, when he was killed, sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more? Yo, this guy's panicked. This guy's shook. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone? Yo, we slammed like a man. But that cannot possibly be the case. I like that evolution. I like how we've been evolving as a character. That's been really cool during the case. Because the victim, as we know, just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Bitch! Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
What? What is this nonsense, you little upstart? Those are baseless accusations. Just look at this photograph of evidence. You can clearly see the plate of the food at the victim's table. Use your head. That's a very... Look, we're not scared of him anymore either. Remember before we were like scared of him? Now we just look at him like... That's my homie right there. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Why can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Yeah! Wouldn't you agree, Ranosuke? Yes, most definitely. But not fully, though. Look, we're still a little bit scared. We haven't fully run the pair yet. I like it. We're getting there. Selling just underground some dental surgery. The victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beefsteak? Well, motherfuckers, take a wild fucking guess. Don't we hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle? I assume you're ready, counsel. Counsel? Oh shit, that means me. I'm an idiot. Alright, the answer to the question is gonna be pivotal. This is the start of your turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... me. The fucking Phantom Lady, bro. Obviously, it could only have been someone else who had been sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes.
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak at this table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. Ugh. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. As now these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial, relentlessly. Zuma. Are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them. Those two witnesses on the stand. What? What are you talking about? You have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So if it now turns out the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, I will personally sack each of you. You will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And since it's a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Damn! Complicit in the murder? No! Hold it! Wow, someone actually said hold it. So hold it does exist? Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. Just Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they are. Shit. Stop. Sorry, what'd you say, Karuto-san? No! You were, just following orders? Now, hold on, lad. I was just, Say you never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What's the meaning of this? Those witnesses gave false statements. Is this true, you pair? Oh, shit. Just one. Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order! Context, explain what's going on, yep. Painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. Of course you should know there's nothing of this. Oh, the government's fucking with us, man. And who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? Voila. That's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as conspirators to the murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Renasuke. Judging from the way that they're reacting to this, I'd say that they're sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ayuchi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there's only a handful of possibilities. Not quite a senator, but could have been the government, the military, or the popo, I suppose. Well, any ideas who might be behind this? If we can affirm that who tried to silence the witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was who tried to make this witness keep their mouths shut. Of course, we need evidence before we make any form accusations. Evidence that proves that whoever it was really did wield this, or wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly? Remember we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. I bet you we had to examine the very first piece of evidence we got at the very beginning of the trial. And the trial would have been over in like 5 minutes if we could have done that earlier. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose? I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please wait, Your Excellency. Well, that's unexpected. Chief Inspector, eh? What is? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. So to the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. His job title. His job. Oh. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Primary Criminal Investigation Division. Imperial Police Bureau. Yo, was this a setup? Because this guy was like a good cop or something? Inspector? What on earth? So that means the waiter wasn't actually a waiter? Why was he coughing blood? I have no idea. But let's face it, police have a lot of power and influence. They're wielding it somehow here. Alright. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing. What does the defense have to say about all this? Well, Your Excellency. No time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. Satoru Owada. Besides prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses?
Yes!
Well, surely that must be Satoru Hasanaga-san. Hasanaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Poppycock! What possible reason could that waiter have had to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention that the fact that they even had the head waiter could not have possibly have had that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? If he truly were? Come on, Ryo Nasuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hasanaga's real identity is proven by this!
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in the question? I researched a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can, Sorry, Your Excellency. That's the back of the card. It's the back of the back of the back of the card that's the interest. I beg your pardon, sir. Are you high? Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Bro, you high. It's hard to believe this man what the overexcited student is trying to say. Also, Naga-san sketched this plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of this business card. The front end of the business card reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious. That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Never heard any mention of this before. The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So witnesses there in the stand... Was it in fact the waiter? Who gave you the orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentleman at the scene? That guy shat his pants. Hold it! Oh, fuck. Inspector Hasanaga! I was worried something like this might happen. The moment when you asked me to submit my sketches as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence? Yeah, your memory tripped out. Is there a problem? Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I try to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So you mean to say you really are a detective? Yes. Why would a detective be working as a restaurant raider? Ah, of course. Your salary must be terrible. Cat jokes. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant lately. In order to investigate, I tried to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can say categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hasanaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the courts. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. At the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, then you would have also been aware of the person's presence having stood at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to the other person at the diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim's had slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused students. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed up the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. You thought someone just got shot? Nah, he was just describing it in like graphic detail. But that might happen. That'd be pretty sick. But then I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once? To not spoil which game, that has happened before. In a Phoenix Wright game. It was very clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. What I find is, this is written by the original Ace Attorney guy, and that guy usually always ups the stakes with every game. So I'm excited to see how he's gonna up it with these games. Like, I know nothing about these. For all I know, like, who the fuck knows, right? There might be some like a harpoon fucking comes out of nowhere. Boy, this Englishwoman was the killer. I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at this moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. We can't blame Englishwomen, sorry. We're in Japan. That's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in the case. But it's not right! Got sweating bullets. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yumi University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical facilities research laboratory, is a young English woman. Gotcha. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. The court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university's professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett? Giselle. It sounds like Braille. Giselle Brett? Sometimes they have puns. I was trying to see if there was a pun. Zelbrud? She is indeed a foreign student, studying in the research laboratory at Yuma University's medical facility. What kind of British name is that? They tried, man. They tried. I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of the lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in the testimonies. It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with the situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a discretion of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But Your Excellency!
I mean,
Missing the due deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraph report to Great Britain! Our government would surely be very displeased by such actions.
calm yourself, Council. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hasanaga Naga. Yes, sir? You will locate this Giselle Bretz and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency.
But that means you'd be ordering a special orders you were given for the police bureau.
As I said before, it is my anime principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. This guy's like, he reminds me of Hugh O'Connor from Ace Attorney 5. That's who he reminds me of. So wouldn't it be a problem? Dude's not gonna make it. His guy's gonna walk one step out of the courtroom and just fucking die. Nothing will get in my way. Motherfucker legit has COVID, yeah. Actually. Court will adjourn briefly. Prosecution must call the English student, Giselle Brett, to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear?
Yes! Your Excellency!
Good. Then we'll have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. To be continued. Dun, 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 dun. How long is this gonna be? This is a long first case. Trial part 2. Part 2. I do like it when the opening case isn't just like 1 second long, to be honest. 22nd November, 11:38. Supreme Court of Judicature. Excellent work, Ryanosuke. That was superb. Yeah, my heart was in his mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, look at you in there. You were drenched in sweat. Your eyes were popping. Your knees knocking. Mom's spaghetti. It was a grim sight. Overnight, you started finding consistency in the testimonies. Sorry, my mic was being weird. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. You guys, terrifying. If I get through something, I don't ever want to see you inside a courtroom again. Haha. Anyway, we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain. I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There's a young lady with him. Like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I may not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one that I'm sure of. Don't trust that hoe. Yes, I can see that. About this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I literally was just looking at the gun, bro. Look at that, so. Holy fuck! I just got like hit with like the tiredness. And on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed that there was a gun lying on the floor. And just after I bent down and picked it up. Dead. And I had time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. He ran right over to me looking at it white as a sheet. He butted me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. He definitely did shit. Last thing about the detective, he apprehended the suspect without a moment's delay. Is it because I was shut into the pantry? I think just because it's all the reading. I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Oh, there you are. Professor Mikadoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You're actually all that good. You've exceeded my expectations, I would say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. The modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I want to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his friend avert the world crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by studying overseas anyway. What are you saying, Kazuma? Ha! So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Yuma! Well then, looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After I have a personal connection to this case. When I think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? Well, you don't mind me asking, Professor. Did you know the victim? Yes, I did. You're probably aware Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMI. And it was I who invited him. Oh, shit. I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain. A well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against, Kakarot. The gentlewoman who's involved in our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. It's true. They're pretty shifty. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. Punish them? I have no doubts that your pair will put up a good fight right up to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then, run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Oh gosh. Good luck, Kazuma-sana. If I don't know, who'd up? Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Just get in there and do a fast blow. Before those old fossils know what's hits them. Let's go get those boomers. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Wow, I gotta stop yawning. What for? Well, you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already been found dead. Look, I had faith in you. As a lawyer, and as Mega Man Zero. Coming from you, that means a lot. They could hit me out of nowhere. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really gonna give me up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. This isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then! I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. Over by U of T. With an extra large portion, of course. No hamburgers? Order hereby resumes the trial of Ryanosuke Narakudo. Prosecutor Ayuchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. Thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Sorry. Let the government scrutinize, that's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relation we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. We just don't think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down in our nation founders. Young strippers. Terribly sorry. The friendship between our nations is really so fragile. The treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. We really have nothing to worry about, Ryanosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions? A bungled investigation? Strippers? Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan? Or of England? Shut up! You jumped up, rookie boy. You and your friends know nothing. Nothing of the situation of our nation finds ourselves in. Whoops. By letting ourselves in great wonder. Wow. Dropping everything. By letting ourselves with the great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student. And one could arguably study harder too, but standing here down in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. God bless the US of Japan. Well said, Ryanosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little bitch! Thank you, Counsel. Court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system. It exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting students from Great Britain. Miss Jezebel Brett. Yes. Your Excellency! Oh. Oh, God. Here we go. Oh, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan. From such a distant land. Yeah, let's take like that old portrait, right? Like the old, one of those old drawn Van Gogh or something. Tea, someone bring English tea. In English, no discussions take place without tea. Is that true? No idea. Could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is Satoru Hasanaga. I've been working undercover as the head waiter at Le Carnival, but my true... Yes, we know about you. Shut the fuck up. But Hasanaga, what are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. I fucking love this guy. No fucking idea, bro. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yeah, your description for this amazing sight was simply... a woman. Sorry, Ryanosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. Everyone's calling us out right now. So, dear lady, once again, we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. Je m'appelle Alazé. Je como ce que soit? I'm terribly sorry, dear lady.
but what the fuck?
No one speaks English here. She's speaking to Mr. Saturn.
Lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visitor and research student, currently enrolled in UMA's University Medical Facility.
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the delicate tones of the delightful language of the British people. This game's hurting my brain. So, English is really Japanese. And English is like a made-up language in this game. True. What about trying to hear the delicate tones of the delightful language of the British people? I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song.
As far as I can tell,
The detective is translating her words faithfully enough.
yes, I agree.
You obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. English doesn't rattle you at all, does it?
Nor you.
Clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Rei Inosuke.
Court thanks this beautiful lady for the taking of the stand. Now we must trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago at a restaurant called Le Carnaval, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Willie, at the time. Is that correct?
Yo, bitch, did you do this? Yo, I totally walked up to that place, yo. I totally saw shit go down, yo. She says, yes. It's gonna take some time. Even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. This is hurting my brain how we speak Japanese, but we're English. But English is Japanese. But it's not like Japanese, just like a different language. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. That she was due to making a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. I speak Japanese now.
Interesting. Well, and you're the only one who engineered her escape.
Oh, she's following special orders from the Bureau.
Well now, lady, would you be so kind to cast your eyes over to this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it appeared the lady did witness the crime. The very moment the accused standing right there in this courtroom shot the victim in cold blood. Yo. That motherfucker's tall. Order, order in the court. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. It looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Oh, I told you it was the lady, man. I told you. Fortunately, I'll have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Uluvuku Shrey? We don't know if she's dirty. Come on. Frightening and sorrowful sight. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. True. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right. He took the professor's gun, too. True. I don't care to kill myself. So obviously, I couldn't have been the culprit. Huh. This is a condemning.
Yes!
No! I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all!
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, black-hearted blackguard! And look at the Snow White Angel! I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine those words for the court's gonna believe.
Don't make the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. He doesn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. Oh, but he's so annoying.
His anime glasses.
Of course, I was at the scene. I took statements from this lady, the two witnesses who testified before, and brought it back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. Just about the last two testimonies were witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on this day in question, the lady were wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there's nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. Except in her fucking swan, you... Ha! I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless and until the precise location where the witnesses to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is mute. Woo! There are no pockets in my outfits. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witnesses' own words on the matter. That's stupid. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. If I didn't fire the gun I picked up, there must have been another gun there that day. Everyone's glasses is evil. That is pretty true. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yeah, that's what we have to prove now. I was gonna say, imagine it just took a turn. But there's new ways of turning. We really wanted to get hands-on. And to do so, we had to pull our testimony apart. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Frightening and sorrowful sights.
Yes!
Up to 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
Fuck, who cares, bro? Don't care about the latest fashion from Britain, do you? Hey, legends are in vogue, isn't that right? No. Up. A sense of English no has quite a sting to it. The gentle woman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would have lunch together. On this day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Guess we can prove for the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brad and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment. Which is why it was so late. Yes, yes. This all makes perfect sense.
Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence is fine, gentle.
So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next?
Yes!
A beefsteak. And that was because he just had a tooth removed at the Hada clinic, right? That's right.
Am I supposed to actually check with the witness before answering, bro? Was Miss Brett aware of this fact?
It seems so, yes. Just heard that the professor wanted to have some dental treatment.
So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. All right, Miss Brett. Dropping bird calls. Woo! That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events.
Exactly as it was left.
Dear me, what a harrowing experience. I traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world to be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight.
The victim, Dr. Wilson, has nothing to eat or drink at all? That's right. Oh, like a birthday. Just water? Yes, Professor was able to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. No, he hasn't, you lying bitch. Let's hear the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. Each raised a glass of carbonated water. Very methodical. Oh, we have a little bitch slap again. Don't say but yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearings on this case. Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us what it is this profound bearing is. Some of this table will become apparent when the time is right. I know why, though. Okay. That actually tripped me out. I thought I was wrong. I'll sidestep, counsel. Very well, Miss Barrett. Kindly repeat what you just said. Be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm gonna remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. Yeah, that's a dope phrase. I'm gonna say that to chat from now on. When are you playing Cuphead? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ranosuke. The motherfucker couldn't eat. Not this one.
Yes!
Oh wait, he could drink water? Oh, I'm wrong. I thought he couldn't drink water. Okay, I'll not present the photo then, because there wasn't two glasses either. Never! Then the reason is this then. Where's the other glass? Where's the other glass, bitch?
Yes!
Where's the other glass? That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. To do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke with this print showing the victim's table at the scene of the crime. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, it's odd. It's very odd. Dear me, what's odd is an offensive ability to express itself. True. Rinosuke, what is this all about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But unless he was drinking out the bottle, there should be two glasses on the table, not one. Ah. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only one glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over miniature? What possible difference could the presence or absence of a glass make in this case?
Objection!
Miniature, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. We'll never do something so reckless. There should have been two glasses on the table. Or are you gonna try to tell me you can clink with only one? You're quite right. I certainly took two glasses to the table. Hello. Bonjour. Inspector, what did the lady just say? It would have seemed that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was also terrifying. Everything had happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she sang. Gracious. Sorry. There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. You must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. You could blame her for concealing a glass or two in her state of disarray. That's stupid. No, really? Should it be taken that you're just now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? No, this can't be put down to mischief. Sorry, there's something on my phone, I heard. This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. Oh shit. You see that she slipped into a small handbag she was carrying. Handbag, you say? A handbag? Yes, Your Excellency, a small handbag pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. The beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that the glass had absolutely no bearing on this case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations? You've wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady's offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she had removed the glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't, no. To pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. She took the glass away in her handbag. Is there a deeper significance there? It's... Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlemen carry handbags for small items. Let me see through my 27 things. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfits. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag. In which would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce that there must have been some other firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't be seriously suggesting. Inspector Hasanaganaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought! In other words, another gun. The one that was actually used to kill the professor. It had been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. Yeah, no! Order! What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Professor Iuchi? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling accomplice, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. You think so, Kazuma? Or he's gonna die. What a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I have to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I'd completely forgotten about. This photographic print. Wow, what a dick. This print is a photograph that I thought would be prudent. Like immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Good thing it's see-through. Well, I never. You can see through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently meshwork bags like these are the heights of fashion in London at the moment. Sure. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. There's no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. Actually, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruto-san. We got set up! Order, order! Inspector Hatsunagawa, you will submit this print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. You've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. Court has now been shown considerable evidence. Where did she hide the handgun, man? In her hat? The photographic print just submitted to the court record appears to have no further significance. I am satisfied there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter. And I must make my ruling. Bro, that's what the best part about these games. Like, how are we gonna get out of this? Is there only one logical conclusion? That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than when I was at the start. Oh, that's not good. Even Kazuma shitting his pants, we're fucked. Zuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weak are meat while the strong eat. Yo, what a quote. You were wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. Even if you are more of a Mastercraft fan. A fact that you could chew on your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, the dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance now of turning things around? You heard the judge. Nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well, now proceed immediately to the ruling. Since we'll be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little fuck. Ryunosuke Naruto, having considered all the evidence placed before me.
Yes!
Wait, Your Excellency! Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule out this case just yet. This amateur is getting tedious. When he actually deems the trial's over, he gives his ruling. What's basic protocol of the courtroom? Yes! Your Excellency, just a moment ago, you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means that if there is a problem with this evidence, some significant detail, I mean. Yo, man slap. Then ruling on this case at this time would be out of the question. With a blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All that shows the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in the question. There can be no problem with this evidence. Better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke.
I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag.
How my thoughts exactly? Really, the prosecution's becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Yes, I'm desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. When I put my finger on it. Very well, grant the defense one final opportunity. Huh? What? Oh, he's doing the pissed off one. You don't get to see that one too often. That's when you know the judge is fucking pissed. But be warned that I'm unsatisfied by your response here. The trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. Take another look at this photographic print Inspector Hasanaga submitted before. What's with his wrist? His wrist has been bugging me. What is this?
Yes!
Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. Looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new rifle you would come up with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? It has nothing to do whatsoever with the magnificent lady's handbag. You said it's a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. Police coroner also noted that when he was performing the post-mortem examination, it was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. I love how they just assume everything's unrelated. What did that tell you? In any case, we have no idea what the victim suffered at this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. It looks like a bull. Looks like that like basketball team. Chicago Bulls. The more I look at that, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Professor Aki points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. Chicago Bulls fucked him up, man. We're seeing Miss Brett as a lunch appointment with the dean and other university staff. So much like any other ace attorney, she's just gonna leave now, because they can. I'd like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up much any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What you're thinking on this, Rin Nasuke? You believe this burn does have something to do with this case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging and digging. I hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might just be able to price this shutting door back open again. Just give up, counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I cannot allow you to pursue what is little more than just conjecture. But what if we had evidence? Evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case. Then you would allow it? I would, yes. Tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn, but as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I had to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. Trying to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. This is hype as shit. The defense will now present the evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates the inextricable connection. Ah, the symbol of Yuma University. Every student wears its pin with pride. It's funny, but most emblems seem to be either round or rectangular. I like the spike design, even though it doesn't really make any sense. Although it does cause problems. Lots of students end up cutting their fingers on their badges. That's the idea of one of the founders. A sharp pin for a sharp mind or something. What a terrible pin. Single bullet fired at close range. Fatal hemorrhaging from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body. Oh, fuck! I see you, motherfucker!
Yes!
What's this, Council? Yet another prince? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe the photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further, it really would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this photo. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on the wrist? The reason? It's recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. That's your game, and let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. You want to see it? Right there. The beefsteak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate, Leslie, are you all right? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I guess some sort of trademark of Le Carnival. This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Ritsuga, you genius! You're spot on! Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have happened the day before that. What about it happened this other day or a later time? Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Ayuchi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The element of the bird is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hasanaga? What are these arguments? Feudal Japan arguments. Can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... I would say, looking at the picture of this wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. Although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. There was no mild burn, that's for sure. Any more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plane was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. Chad, is that true? It's inconceivable that the victim would have left out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As a head waiter of Le Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
There you have it. Something ain't right, bro. As the detective said, anyone who burned themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Hisagana never heard the professor scream. Not on that day. Or any before it. That's right, and a strange thing that it is. On the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day. That'd be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. And the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antique dealer, all of us, without any question, have heard him. Why is he looking at me? Wouldn't you agree, Professor Iuchi? Well, yeah, I suppose. The question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ranasuki, do you think? Can it really be true? Was he dead the whole time? I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. The only one explanation I can think of to make any sense of this apparent impossibility. On the same question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already dead, bro. No man can remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from in one particular situation. Counts, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible. A man was already dead. Already dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Willie's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness! Order, please! Oh, counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot? That's right, that's absolutely right, Your Excellency. That is just another written employed by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Professor Iruchi, it's you who has no grasp of the facts.
I beg your pardon?
As you soon see, it's become apparent that the victim had suffered the burn while at the restaurant. This whole case was turned upside down, or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from the witness again. But true as we now believe that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knew something about it. Incredible! I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett. You must forget your lunch-on engagement.
But Your Excellency.
Justice in our country may be in its infancy. But rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I'm prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. This bitch spoke Japanese the whole time. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Miss Brett, you speak Japanese. Well, of course I do. I'm studying your country after all. But then why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I'd like to try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. What a bitch. I like how they have the 2 different styles of English lettering. So it works well. That's good localization.
But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you on your own level.
Damn, she was the xenophobic one.
You are the epitome of a true Englishwoman. You're truly honored by this, the lavish consideration you so graciously afford us.
I see. In that case, Miss Bird, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. We're finally going to hear her words on the matter. Things are getting spicy for the pepper, Ryusuke. Alright. Fortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burned his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses of toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshots. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. That's the guiltiest thing I've ever heard. The most captivating, beautiful testimony will go down in Supreme Court history. Thank you. Can't see her face, and she's being a cat. Being a cat girl. Hope that's the last time I could sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Forgive me, I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. I don't even care to hear you speak. It's very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. She just said that, Poseidom. I'll be speaking to your country's Minister of Defense about what has happened here today. The Minister of Defense. What's going on, Rob? The Minister of Defense or Justice made the irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Oh, thanks. Was that a prayer then? Yes, insult our own language. That she poised him? Oh, yeah. We had to forget the irritation, Miss Breton. Put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. Oh, I'm ready. I don't need to remind you, Counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination. Oh, we're here. We made it, chat. Do you already demonstrate any problems with this witness testimony? I will be ruling on this case immediately. Is that clear? You've been looking for 3 hours now? Hey, yo, so you've been enjoying the case then. Yo, we got hyped up. Hope you've been enjoying our Ace Attorney. Realize you haven't said anything? Hey, lurking's all okay. You can lurk all you want. All day, every day. And you must proceed with the cross-examination. Only been half paying attention. Well, we're just about to prove that this lady murdered the dude that we're accused of. Okay, so the statement that looked fishy to me was around here.
Yes!
When she starts getting cocky. Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't gonna kill us. And there was no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death. What if it was poison? It would have been a bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense! The burn must have happened straight away. The plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it was cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. The victim burned his wrist in the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen. And he must have already been dead at that point.
Objection!
And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot in the chest. So you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that? This is a complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor Ayuchi's right. If there's like some other way to take a man's life,
Yes!
there is. Without leaving a trace? If something is shot or strangled. The top right, that is our health. So every time you fail, you lose a star. So if I present the wrong evidence, I would lose a star. And if you lose all your stars, you game over. And you start back from usually from your last save. But the newer games, you usually start from like the last cross-examination. So basically, you get 5 chances. If someone shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police forces thoroughly examine the body of a deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hasunaga? As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be no physical trace without all these causes of death, that's true. Maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark? If heaven forbid you doubt me, young man, you're gonna have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Now, perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. Oh, my honor, I Takatushi Ayuchi will cut down any who dare cast such aspirations. Wow, this guy studied the blade. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. Please evidence back this up here. Yes, evidence. Swallow the collar pin. So be like, what if he got forked? Like, what if they forked him? But then they would have heard him scream and shit. The only thing I can think of is that it was poison. Like, there was poison in this bottle. This is the day Professor was killed. Oh, it's just the same shit. You already read this. You've already heard this. Oh, she poisoned him and put it in this glass. That's why she took the fucking glass. That's why she took the glass.
Yes!
Oh, you bitch. Not gonna work like that. I figured it out, but I have to figure out how it wants me to say it. I'll probably have to press the last statement to get it, like, going on the right path. Well, she poisoned the glass, and then she took the glass. And then she knows Japan doesn't have forensics, so she...
Yes!
was getting away with it. Fury, what do you mean by that? Land of the Great British Empire. Please store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. The carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction...
Wait.
Vital evidence may be lost. Oh, he's getting sus. Doesn't even occur to your native detective to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactical about this as I can, you understand? What time did you leave the examination and what time did he eat? There was like an hour, I think. So he was like at 12-ish or something, right? And then he ate at 2. So he probably left at like 1 p.m. Ah, killer blow. That lady's informed us she is beautiful. Amazing! It's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prisoner Uruchi is finally starting to see some sense. I very much doubt that. There's something about what Mitch Brett just said. The moment before, when something didn't seem quite right. Is it gonna teach me how to do multiple people now? matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, I suspect it. She's a tough witness. You need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean... Let's find a chunk in her armor. Zuma. Well, Ryan, there is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. But the person standing next to her, Inspector Hasanaga. Detective. Yeah, he seems to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be of significance. It might present an opening, maybe? Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing on that last statement one more time. You think so, but this time, they're targeting the woman herself. Let's see if we can get to the detective. We're doing this shit. It's from this game. Alright, I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. But once I press Miss Brown her last statement again. And that said, no, we didn't. That was like the first thing we ever did, Rob. So the first thing we proved was that he wasn't the one who ate the food. That was like the very first thing we ever did. Because of his thing being 3 hours after or whatever, yeah. That already happened. That already happened way, way, way back. We already know that she's a lying sack of shit.
Wait.
There it is. There it is again. Detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Oh, but no, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the English woman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? People are actually testifying. They're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they'll often let their guard down. You're right, look at him, he's lost in his own thought. It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought. Sorry, pursue? I'll explain how to do it, Ranasuke. All I have to do is with the witness marker. What marker? What? At that moment, you were focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right with the D-pad, you can turn your attention to the people on the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with A. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. You ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand? Take a good look around. Right, then so I should first move the marker across the land and then focus on the detective. And pursue him with A and see what's on his mind. Here we go!
Wait.
Excuse me.
Excuse me! What's the meaning of this? That's a new one. So sorry, I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts, deeply. No doubt you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? There's something you'd like to say, please. Please share with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? It's a delightful English woman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. Hmm? The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yeah. Not to mention that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hasanaga. Yes. Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Yes. Well, yes, if you don't mind. I would like to speak.
And he is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satura Hosanaganaga, always strive to make every investigation involved in it flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Wow, looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this for example. Is that... This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best of the world. Time is coming. I guarantee it. Well, I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. Court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. You just screwed yourself, lady. Miss Brett, can you confirm that this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes. It was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. The inspector will kindly control his further. Alright, we go over to... Please show you. Well, let me show you, lady. Let me show you. Why is it the person defending those two such a shrimp towards women? Good question. That's a valid question. Label's written in a foreign language I don't recognize. You know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. That's very expensive water. Yeah, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. You go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. This carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had? There's a little left in the bottle. Although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Ray Mizuke! Can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. Can't just go drinking evidence. Oh, no, yeah, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? Never cease to amaze me, Ray Mizuke, in more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might just have worked something out. Interesting possibility. Alright, so that's how we...
Yes!
That's how you do it. What is this, the bottle of water? Actually, there's more than one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring... Poison? Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from the bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order, order! And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? Only one person could possibly have done it. Giselle Brett. It was you.
Objection!
This is outrageous. To such a was scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile. Have you even considered that the situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgot that you only just had an occurrence in the friendship of the British Empire? Have you the vacancy of the arrest?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime.
Ah!
The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We're here to determine the truth.
Rat!
If I may, I will silence you forever in the disgraceful attack of... She had her own, like, custom thing. That was sick.
It is you!
Who should be silent?
Of course! Dear lady!
Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. Order my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To who are you referring to? Is he getting paid off? Who knows? I described your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particularly point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector. And whether it contains poison or not? Of course. You did? Have you known what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And? What did you find, Inspector? I order tests for every toxin that's available in the country at the present time. But you find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. Oh, shit. Tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No! Oh, we hit the wall. What about outside the country? Maybe. She is from Britain. I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady. Pleasure was all ours. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, Counsel. In the country. Interesting. Thank you, Counsel. I think that crust damage clarified everything. As the prosecution has asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm doubtful. Well, I wish to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Mrs. Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad this matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this point? Yes, I do. Zuba? I'm sorry, Reynosi. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Hold it!
Yo! I was wondering when she'd come in. Please, wait! Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Chisato Makotoba, judicial assistance to the defense. Makoto. In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. What? Game never ends. Okay, before we continue, I think I gotta drink of water. Shit's getting spicy for the meatball. Alright, let me grab, like I said, let me just grab a thing of water. Just give me like 1 minute, and then we'll continue. Yeah, I agree. I think, not that one. But that. I think that's why she took the glass. Because she knew. But what's it called? I also think they switched spots. Made them switch spots. There's a few things. So she took the glass, her own glass, or whatever, you know what I mean? Well, I understand you're the judicial assistant to defend the wise deciding ingress in the courtroom. Ah, judicial assistant, and a woman no less. Brutal. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Wow. Yes, I fully understand. That's for only 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. You're too late, little girl. The trial's already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a minute more. But your excellency. Good thing the judge is also a simp. I am most grateful. Yo, we got like a whole crew right now. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. A report about something. Written in English. It's Giselle Brett's research. The Englishwoman's. After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical facility and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh no, of course not. Special characters of Curious and its effects on human subjects. Uh-oh. Kirara? Final Fantasy? Never heard that word before. Time's up!
Prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom.
There was too little time to read it in detail. But I've summarized what I could on the note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. It's wonderful, thank you. Goodbye then, and good luck. Wow. We've had long enough, counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. That's prosecution and the defense now, one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but... Prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. Just faded from existence. Reinosuke, we're just out of options here. This really is our last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett? Yes, Your Excellency. If you wouldn't mind, sorry. Perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer?
It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time.
Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question, however, you're kind of dumb. I must ask you to treat that as an order.
I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense.
My apologies, dear lady. So, Council. What is this new evidence? I mean...
Yes!
Probably the one I just got. Miss Jazeel Brett. We understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yuma University, doing research. Research by sheer coincidence, perhaps? Into a deadly poison? What? Poison? Where are you going out with this, Council?
A toxin known as Curara, Your Excellency.
Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What complete and utter nonsense! Curara, you say? Never even heard of it.
You wouldn't have.
What did he say? You wouldn't have done? You wouldn't have done. You wouldn't have done. You wouldn't have done. That's just translated wrong, right? I've never even heard of it. You wouldn't have done. Yeah, I was like, they just fucked up, right? What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of Curara before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. Yo, you called that, Rob.
It doesn't exist?
Correct. Which means, no matter what test the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify Curara. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. Bitch! What? Whoa, hold on. Cat, this is deadly poison truly exists? According to this report authorized by the visiting research student from England, Curara has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. Well, damn. They don't fuck around there. Seems that this is reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows? The report states that it's produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. And it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with Curara suffer instant death. Isn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery! Ha! These assertions are utter trumpery! Ha!
To start with, the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison. You would have been squirming and writhing in pain.
The other dinosaurs surely have noticed. That's true. We need to say to that, Inspector. Well, obviously I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean the other way around? The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that Curara was used. Yeah, I know trumpery was showy and worthiness or worthless. It's like trumping around, or he's like trumped up or whatever. There were like terms before. Explain yourself, Council. Yeah, no, Trump was always a term before, like the president, being a president, and people making fun of him. Or I guess the ex-president. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it was a term before that. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, affected victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. If they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. It's a very old expression. It's like from like the 50s or something. It's like super old. No one, like nowadays, people don't use that expression. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he collapsed on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. Full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly Kararu ray poison. Well, damn. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Council, actually contains this terrifying poison?
Objection!
Not a lot of situations where it could be used. Yeah. So I think it was back in the day when they didn't... Like, we have different words we use now. Or just more words. It's probably back when they had, you know, less words. This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. If I may, all these facts. You take your. It is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady! So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? Peace be happy. Exactly, yeah. Like, words just, like, evolve over time, right? Even, like, think about the word shit. There's, like, something will be, like, the shit. Or something can be shit. But the shit wasn't a term until more recently, or, like, last 20 years or whatever. That's, like, a more recent version of it. You see another honest hard work and then announce the result as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this! I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is it's breaking the rules.
What's so funny? Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Oh, but but wait, hold up. What's its half-life? Maybe it has a short half-life. She's gonna drink it. But it's not gonna matter. And it's gonna be expired. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Damn. To an English woman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers!
What are you doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair.
Oh, she likes the glass.
True.
You're watching how insults and swears and insults were explained through history. That sounds pretty amazing.
Goodness! Whatever's the matter, you all look quite stunned.
Because it would lace the arrows. It's like a subtle little foreshadowing.
So no Karare? The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? You look quite incredulous, little boy, but of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in the grand venue. Most kind.
Ah.
Thank you, waiter. Now then, your excellency.
Ah. Yes, Mr. Gretz.
I should like to be excused now, please. I've got more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Oh yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. But so, how did she? How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale?
A lot of it's just done for the dramatic effect.
I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to be some poison in that bottle. Doesn't there?
Basically, the main gimmick with these games is that you have to turn your thinking around. So I bet you they're going to say, it's not how the poison got to the bottle, it's how the poison got to the professor. You know, like something like that, you know what I mean? They'll figure it out.
We have all the clues now.
And also, they also want to give us some gameplay. You know what I mean? Like, otherwise, like, there'd be no game. The bottle of water contains no poison. As I thought! There is no poison in that bottle.
Well, why, Ryunosuke? Why?
Isn't it obvious? There's poison in there, she'd be dead by now.
Sometimes your unadulterated naive, I can never say this word. Your unadulterated innocence really astounds me, but sometimes it's in need of a good staining.
It's always as dark as your uniform in the ways of the world.
Oh, is that what this color is supposed to represent? That was a guileless ending to a promising line of inquiry, Council, for which you will be penalized. Really?
So there was poison in the bottle then.
Cobra did put current poison in Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refused to change his position. You're serious?
Objection!
Fool, are you blind? There's no possible way the bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it.
If there was less dramatics, that's like the entire game, though. The game is the dramatics. They're amazing games, though. The trilogy often goes on sale on the stores. The Phoenix Wright trilogy, which is a great place to start. And they're a lot shorter than these later ones.
That's right, which would rather complicate your argument, I think.
Like in the first game, the first case is only like an hour long. The second case is like 5 hours long. Like this is already longer than like most cases in most of the earlier games. This first case alone.
And I believe that complication can be explained. How exactly? Anything through all these things that don't quite add up here, one by one. But the answer is the evidence that we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well, if the defense truly intends to assert their claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume the supposedly poisoned water unscathed? It's been a while since I saved, so let's save just in case. I don't know how this game works in regards to where it's gonna leave us off. So what explains how the victim was able to consume the supposedly poisoned water unscathed? Where's the picture of this?
Yes!
Game Boy Advance. So it started on the Game Boy Advance, only in Japan. They were ported to the DS, where they added some extra content to the first game. They made 4 on the DS, then 5 and 6 were on the 3DS. There was a crossover game with Professor Layton. There was a bunch of spin-off games. And then this one is technically a prequel. It's kind of like its own thing. It's not really related to the other games in the series. But it's like the same kind of gameplay. But so it was GBA, DS, 3DS. But now they're on like everything from PS4, Xbox, PC, Switch. Right now we're playing on the Switch. To the defense, or should I say the wretched accused. Oh. Okay, so it wasn't that one, eh? Sorry, Your Excellency. I'm trying to find something better supporting evidence. You're making this complication more complicated than it seems to be. Well, I wanted to say the glass, but it's hard to do. They're also on mobile phones. Not this newest set, but... You can't get it on Game Boy Advance, unless you can speak Japanese. The only ones in English start from the DS onward. But the DS ones are just the GBA ones. With better music and more content. Like, there's literally 0 point to playing the GBA ones. You'd want to, like, literally start with the trilogy. Like, just... It's pretty much the best way to play it now, because it has all the content and everything. Where is it? Just start with this motherfucker. Where is it? There, this thing. Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy. It's on everything. Steam, Xbox, PS4, Switch, 3DS. Whatever you want to play it on. Mobile phone. They might have been on Vita, but I'm not sure about that. Hundreds of the reach I've used it since H times. It can't take their parry. The pros are violence of quick deaths, even in minute doses. But much of that occurs when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as... Oh! It has to be entered through a wound. You can either re-enter the human body paralytic, its prayers and applause, but beautiful application and pathetic. Okay. Let's try this.
Yes!
Yeah, it's this. The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research reports.
Objection!
I was right. It was something to do with how it's ingested or whatever. That's not a valid explanation. After all, we don't speak English. The report is utter gibberish. Wow. Racist. There's some prudent young scoundrels trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone. Honest, I'm just reading Sosodo-san's notes. Bro. I concur, this report is too extended to be considered in its entirety by the court. You direct us to the permanent session council. What page was it called? Special characteristics. We've been hearing a lot about this curare poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, Council? Well, it sounds as though those indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years. Place the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. We've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat.
Get to the point, please.
But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean that there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Good point. Yo, chat didn't even think about that one. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Council. No, that would be madness. We actually found out the answer to the conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Kurara enters a body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authorized this research, you knew Kurara's special characteristics, and you knew that you could make a special spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. Bruh. You meddling little... Whoa! Rapscallion! She evolved. Well, Renasuke, it turned out. You're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
Ah, this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. A fantasy art support. So the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. We're afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, curare is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric success. Oh yes, well of course. Gastric what? So if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, wouldn't he? Ah. That's right. Gracious. That's basic science, bitch. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no? Order on the court, order! Logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would have been affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest? Yes, the curare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you can understand something as simple as that. What is this welling up inside me? I'm becoming a man. Puberty hit. I've never felt like this before. Instead of a conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. More than anything else, it's an animalistic desire. Take down my prey.
Objection!
He said it! He finally fucking said it! I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett. How dare you tell me with a tone like that with me? You can tell this was made for the 3DS, by the way. With how she's putting out her thing. That's such a 3DS effect. When you put it in 3D, it would pop out. But the medical report says what about? What are you talking about, Rob? You know very well that there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both of you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. But what did the medical report say about him? Basically just said that he died... Where is it? Oh, this is the wrong one. Shit. This is the where he got his tooth removed. Wrong one. It's like fatal hemorrhaging from pectoral ballistic trauma. There was no exit wound from the bullet or anything. But it says there was a single bullet fired at close range, but that's just what they deduced. Guys, I'm sure I don't need to remind you, you must provide compelling evidence. As we know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the curare?
Take that!
I did the wrong one. Fuck. Well, we're gonna see what a game over looks like. I accidentally did the wrong one. This is not what you taught that ever before the court. Does not inspire confidence. Listen, very second. There's no need to overthink this. That's what you always say before you present. No curious toxin effects can only come into play when the poison enters the body via the wound. I think they're giving you a freebie on this one. See, they spell it out now, though. He must have had a wound somewhere. They always spell it out for you if you fuck it up.
Take that!
As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. Fatal difference? Toxic effects of curare only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. And for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yeah, it's like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example? Ah! Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. Ah! That's it! Use that knowledge to orchestrate this. She laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are so puerile. Puerile? What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear. How careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No! Oh, what just happened? It's the Irish woman, she smashed the bottle! And the Supreme Court, what a terrible blunder! So what are you waiting for? Take as much of that water for that broken bottle as possible at once! You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. Even though she's acting hella guilty. Well, could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench out and shout as much as you like, little boy. I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle or not. You. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? I know, she's saying that she did it, but there's no evidence, so we're like, lol. That's something that always happens in these games. Well, of course, we're referring to this photographic print, I assume, dear lady. That's right, and really, looking at this photograph, it's clear as day, isn't it? Poor professor was sitting with his back to me. Of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No, you killed the victim that day, using Karara Ray. And then in order to frame Naruto for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. And in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. So you had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say, and I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence.
Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged.
The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest.
Delivered in cold blood by the accused Ryunosuke Naruto.
It's unbelievable. How could this be happening? We had her, but now, she really get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke, yes? You've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. Well, what do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true, but... So if there's any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. My head? Are we gonna do that thing where we get to, like, go into our brain? This is always fun when they make us do this. You know before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend on. Well, yeah, it's true, but I didn't manage to notice that the woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Dude's... all he remembered was the steak. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in this vibrant memory of the same scene in my head? Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Ah, there's nothing. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on, now, let's wipe the smug smile off that English woman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. It's been niggling at me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere. Clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer is. I mean, it feels kind of obvious.
Take that!
Inspector Hasunagawa, answer me this! Yes, what is it? Still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wondered, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute, where are you going with... Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in the photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on. It was a splattering of blood. Well, what? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. That wouldn't make sense. And the bullet didn't go through the guy anyway. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front. There's no way the blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Yes. Blood to have been onto the plate implies that the plate had been between the victim and the shooter. The shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor as you were. Giselle Brett, I beg your pardon.
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous, fabricated nonsense. The court is seriously expected to believe something the accuser apparently just remembered seeing.
Hold it!
That's pretty bullshit. This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plates. In the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You know what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all. In the name of justice. Fucking Bobby Fulbright over here. Then we could just find out whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. You must examine it now. Inspector, court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered. The steak. But what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector. The blood, man. The blood. Of course, examine the plate at your leisure. No. No blood. No blood anywhere. But, no, it's impossible! I know, I saw it, I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is what I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Oh my god! Why is she so racist? I couldn't agree more. In the case of the disgrace of the Empire, I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. Let's pretend the court proceeding is painful to watch. Used to be a Frizz. DJ Frizz. Yo, what's going on? How you doing? We're like right at the end of the very first case of the Great Ace Attorney. We're about to find out if this lady did some crazy poisoning. I'll probably have to do my best to forget about it when it's all over. Ha! This story-looking steak reveals the fact that all too clearly. If the story-looking accused wish to examine it again, be my guest. Okay, DJ Frizz. I will call you DJ Frizz. Plate of steak has been entered into the court record. Was that plate I saw, or thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? This is it now, I've lost. Rinosuke. It's not over yet, not until the final gavel. No, I want you just to call me DJ_Frizz. Okay, even Nightbot's mad. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward no matter what. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? A bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Resolutely, please wait. The plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth. The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with bloody beef steak. Your Excellency, I think I made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. This guy's awesome. Good judge. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. No, we haven't game over yet. We're so close to gaming over. We can't do it. We can't game over, man. We have one strike left. Yo, what's going on, Toxic Rain Boy? Penis. Penis.frizz.
Got it!
Damn it! I fucked up. I'm afraid that won't do. That was ambiguous at best. We don't identify a detail like this. You must do so knowing that there's a penalty for your mistakes. That will do. I'm now satisfied that no reasonable doubt remains in this matter. The defense has constantly failed to refute a critical assertion of the prosecution. Accordingly, I hereby announce this court's final verdict. I find the defendant, Renosuke Naruto, officer, restrain the accused and send the telegraphic communication to Great Britain without delay. The accused will not be granted rights to appeal. That is all. Court adjourned. I fucked up. I fucked up. What happens if you retry the start of this current scene? What does that mean? Oh, nice. This game's nice. It doesn't, like, make you repeat anything or anything. You don't even have to save. Okay, so is it the stake, then?
Got it!
Oh, that's not the stake. It's right here in front of me. I'm sure of it. There's only one thing to do. Turn the stake over. Oh, fuck me. I see what I see. I know what I'm doing wrong. I'm not using the right stick. Right stick. Activate. What could it be? This is the first time they've stumped me so far in the game. Everything up to this point has like made sense. I wonder what it is. So it wasn't this. It wasn't the stake. Unless I need to like do that.
Got it!
Nope.
Got it!
This part is racking me. So it's not the bowl, it's not the steak. It's not like this part over here. What is
Got it!
the underside? Okay, it's not the underside.
What am I doing here? What am I doing here? This thing is flipped over. They like flipped this over or some shit.
Got it!
What is it? I'm so lost. Hmm. 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 Oh shit.
Got it!
It's like not the same. I wish like this is the part where it gets frustrating. I'm like pointing, I'm like doing it wrong, but I know the answer. I'm pretty sure.
Got it!
You sure how much of a pain it is to change the title of every song you've made? Why would you change your artist name? Constantly changing your artist name seems like a very bad idea. If you're gonna stick with it, then yeah. If you change it too much, people are not gonna know how to find your music anymore. You know what I mean?
Got it!
I'm so confused what it wants me to do here. Are you sure it's not this and you didn't just like glitch out or something? Okay. You only have one real fan? One might say you have an only fan. Oh, I can still click it and shit? Oh, well, fuck you, game. Wow, that's so dumb. Wow, I didn't say I could still click it. It didn't say I could still fucking poke it and shit. Wow, that's dumb. I'm trying to do this. That's what I'm trying to do this whole time. Is like flip it. I think it's a Kobai coin. And the hallmark is from the Hawaii, I believe. Yo, it's that guy's coin he's been looking for the whole game. So that makes sense. It was just the controls being whack. Okay. I was like, why is this so hard all of a sudden? But it wasn't hard. Apart from the meat juices, it looks to be good in condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time there's been talk of this Kowai Koban. Heard of pearls before swamp, but I've never heard of boilin and boilin. I don't think you'll ever will again. This is extraordinary though. That means... So am I presenting the coin? Damn it, don't make me reread all this. My heart's going to be racing if I lift up the meat and peer underneath. There's a prize. Think of the wrong end of the stick about this, Rinosuke. Okay, so I do present
Got
it.
it!
Okay. Gracious, that's... No! Koban! What on earth? A whole arrow one at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
What a ridiculous question. How should I know?
I've never seen anything like that before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it.
Objection!
I want to see how this is relevant.
A coin under the meat? That could have simply been a careless mistake by the chef at a moment of distraction.
Objection!
Shut up, prosecution. Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happens by accident. It's supposed to be some kind of magical kitchen. A red Hawaii Koban just happens to be hidden underneath this piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll book my ticket to Great Britain right now. Be sure it can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel. A red Hawaii Koban just happened to be hidden underneath this piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
Objection!
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you here anyway.
Shut up!
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that this is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin. He didn't explain what it's doing underneath the steak. The owner? Yeah, it's pretty obvious, bro. Only one person. It is... Where is he? This guy.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antique dealer and owner of Ryosute, Hiromo Kirokuda-san. Kiroi? As in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Yoshi gets it more than I do. Ah, yes. Oh, is that why he looks like a cucumber? Are these jokes that aren't translating to English very well? Like, he kind of looks cucumber-esque. Killed man who testified earlier alongside the military surgeon, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened. But exactly the moment the gun was fired. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing?
Hunting for treasure. Indeed! The whole alcoholic may pass coin!
This Hawaii Koban, you mean to tell me?
Objection!
No, please, why would Kuruda-san Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beef steak and its plate? It makes no sense. Which is why I'm asking to bring Kuruda-san back into the witness stand, so we can ask him. Officer, bring back the witness that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. Can't believe you come back around to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find that it's a key element in this case. Oh, we got everybody. What's this all about? Why have I been caught up again? Did you realize that it's dinner time for little baby Aido? When my son's belly's empty, he's fierce with a pack of wolves. Explore the planet everywhere. Next to miserable dog. Forced to be his first witnesses. It ain't cast this courtroom myself. I become a roommate in the trash. I was just pushing on cheek. Listen more than I have to say. Trying to say honest rashes to the shop's own existence. But as it may, Karuduka-san, something has come up that requires your clarification. far as your Russell memory serves, have you ever seen this Koba? Ah! Bro, he stabbed that guy in the foot. That's it. That's the one. That's the exact one. That's it.
There were splendid treasures in my rusty boat away to this place every full day.
It can't be. As I thought.
No, man. Like this decrepit old fool pulled me out of my misery. Where was his treasure? Where was it dropped?
Well, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwich between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices. Sandwiched? Seriously? Though it could have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it in there on purpose. Somebody could steal my Hawaii treasure? For a slab of meat? And a metal plate?
Who would do such a thing? Such a thing could even say.
Excuse me, can I say something? Yes, of course. You see Inspector Hasadaga? I imagined this earlier on the trailer, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Oh yes, that's right, the secret undercover operation. The Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts regarding the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. That's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at the work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid the Coyote-san's Koban is all too clear. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on the matter. Tell us who this despicable scoundrel that stole Coyote-san's Koban and hid it under his steak. Goddamn internet is being absolute shit right now. You're not even getting 1 megabyte per second. Bruh. Bruh. I would assume it was Giselle, but it might also... It might also have been Nosa. It's either her, 'cause she goes there like every day, or it's him, because he was like right there. That's the person who died. That's Johnny, that's the guy who died. Well, I'm gonna go with this guy first.
Take that!
Okay, yeah, that makes sense, right? He was the one closest in proximity. Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant E.S. Anosa? What? Nah! How dare you? You monster! Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me, it was Ino! Ino's the mastermind behind all of this! Bro. Blaming your baby? You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son? An innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. No, sir. No, sir. He's gonna freak out. He's breaking down.
Clippity cloppity, clippity cloppity, clippity cloppity.
Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Eva Sonosa, prepare to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. Do any of you know of the extraordinary low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? Until the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place. Now, I've heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant? The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I'd go there and go reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chopping my way through a good steak at the same time. Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man in his Koban? Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble. At all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was also to leave the steak as I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Yes, and the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I know too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could. On double. I slipped it underneath the steak. Hoping I'd be able to run into it with it again a later date. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett. Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency? Oh, indeed. Some of the Koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant, who certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Well, of course it is. How'd I coin under a lump of meat? Sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Oh, well, oof. That's for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. It's beyond nonsense, it's pure madness. Very well, now that all questions concerning this witness testimony have been answered, I sense no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day. That fucking look. Bruh. Wait, Asuke, what's the matter with you? There's no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just... something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. Can't quite work out what exactly what, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something that didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking, make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late, the trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett! What is it now? I'm afraid just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Renasuke? How did I go under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Can't you know about the knife and fork thing? Yeah. That's for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Beyond nonsense, pure madness. Yes, I'm right. But you said they're exposing an undeniable contradiction. Ready some evidence, counsel. Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory. Where's the evidence to prove it? What's my favorite genre of music? Probably like a hip-hop. Honestly, I'm not really like... I like all types of music, to be honest. Yours is dubstep? Nice. Feel like I haven't heard of dubstep as much as I used to. Yeah, why does it look like it's bitten into? Hold up.
Take that!
The steak that Miss Brett has been eating before the professor was killed, yes, go on. Most accurately, Your Excellency, I really like video game music as well. It has like every genre in it, basically. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Do you want to check out some of my music, DJ Friss? Check out my SoundCloud. I have so many songs. I have some like a couple thousand plays and stuff like that. Some are more popular than others. I feel like it's with any of that stuff. But I think I've had like 17,000 plays so far over the years. Now you're just splitting hairs. They all like kind of music but never like dubstep when you show it to them. I mean, I grew up like with dubstep. Like that was like my generation shit almost. Like when I was like 18 to 20, you know what I mean? Like that was like when Skrillex first came out and shit. Like that was literally like when I was going to clubs and shit. Not true, doesn't something like about the steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? Extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. So you've noticed it too, Miss Brett? Noticed what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could have even contemplate picking up a steak and butting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refining the shit of woman herself. Take a good look at this steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks here. Oh. Ah. I think Miss Brett has realized something. So if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be any teeth marks in the steak at all. But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravishingly hungry and could... Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, this will all be over in a blink of an eye. Rest assured I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Just leave I've heard everything. You're a little spectacled samurai relic. Oh, of course. Dear lady! What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Have we... ruffled your feathers? Yeah! Who the witness knows what that means? Just realized the catastrophic information these teeth marks in the steak have for her. Runosuke, do you know where we're going with this? This gonna be on SoundCloud? Nice. If you follow me, I'll follow you back. I know that sounds lame as hell, but I'll like at least say your thing. You know what I mean? Like I'll be able to see who you are. No, at least it all comes together. Because I probably won't remember after stream otherwise. But if you do that, I'll see it and I'll click it. Or just like DM me or whatever. There's serious teeth marks in the steak, or put in the Discord. There's serious teeth marks in the steak that I've allegedly been eaten with cutlery. Follow me? Nice. The reason why the blood stain I know I saw... You can always share your music in the Discord as well, by the way. I have a section for people to post their music. The reason why the blood stain I know I saw... Someone seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Mr. Wilson. I call him Mr. Dilson. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little natural, as you put it, Counsel. What exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency? Everything? Yes, I believe these barbaric teeth marks are the steak here. I'm not to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that would prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Oh. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? Who would know the meaning of that phrase, typical Japanese empty threats? Jesus Christ.
How could you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been what? But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
Lady's huge racist. Yeah. This is absurd. And also keep in mind, we're speaking Japanese right now. Whenever you see it like in like the Times New Roman, that's Japanese. But when you see it in like the cursive writing, that's English. If you're wondering what's going on. This is absurd. The trial's been run several hours already. And you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? It can't be. I don't believe you have it.
Objection!
I don't, but there's somebody who does have it. Somebody in this very courtroom. If that person's willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Is it the goddamn glass I tried to present like 5 hours ago? Fair, I have a feeling this will be the last request of the defense in this trial. Who possessed the conclusive evidence?
Take that!
Zelda's. Counsel, I'm disappointed. This is likely your last chance. I would have expected you to be— Wait, I was taking it seriously. Are you kidding me? Okay, then it's the detective guy. Fine, game. Fine. Whatever, I lose this round. Consistently failed to refute. Shut the fuck up. This never happened, Chad. This never happened. We weren't found guilty. Totally didn't happen. See, look. Look, it totally didn't happen. Okay, then that means it's the professor dude who robs all the fucking evidence for every case. Sure, you didn't fail. This guy, Satoru Wada. The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hasadaga. What? I have it. Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? Let's. Also, this guy's like dying slowly. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on the steak with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chopping on my way through a good steak. As well as admitting to stealing Kurita-Kusan's coin, here's how he slipped it in under his steak. You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was this steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Shut! I got 69 followers. Let's go. Affirmative. I'm also 69th in the world at DKC3. I'm 69 all day, every day. Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I am not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal behind... Doing what to her meal? In other words, the steak had the detective submitted as evidence earlier. Was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal. That's what I thought.
Objection!
Obviously, it's not the girl's meal. But no, it makes no sense that it'd be her meal. The plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection!
But it wasn't. If the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor does she had any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. People suggested this thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Well, then how do you explain this paradox? Exactly, surely you're not going to suggest. Had the sergeant switched the two steaks over? You did switch the plates? Well, after it happened, what a fuck. When I saw this feeling of murder right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath it. But then when the waiter announced that he was an undercover policeman, I thought I had it. He decided to investigate my slab of meat. You would post it in the music one.
The songs, freestyles, and music. Thunder General. Songs, freestyle, and music. Yeah. He's had to investigate my slabs of meat. That'd be it. I'd be getting my matching orders. So the cadet here was arrested and taken out to the kitchen. I seized my chance. With very precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have her. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. But yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable! However, fear not, prosecutor son. What now? I swear on the brass buttons on my uniform. That's all I did, sir. Oh, you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
So if Sergeant knows to switch the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hasanoga. Yes? Earlier in the trial, you told the court this. That you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. You got it all, dude. After preserve evidence, you had taken both. That's correct. Please present it to the court now. He did it! The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up!
What can you possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat, I could have the slightest bearing of the case.
Objection!
No, you're not wriggling weird at this time, lady. I beg your pardon. Surely you're not that forgettable. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the one that decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something that the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you're eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show us the evidence to the court. Present this beef steak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir! The fact that he didn't notice the blood is embarrassing. How did he not notice the blood? Sorry for keeping you. Here's the other steak in its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. There's nothing wrong with this one. Jesus, game. The blood stain is clearly visible. Look!
Yes!
That makes everything clear. The blood you see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. Can't be! In fact, there's only one person who possibly could have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. Yo, thanks for the follow, 0x225E. Ah! That's right, Miss Giselle Brett. It's you. Yeah, the Inspector being oblivious is a weird thing. That's a weird choice. Oh, done by a Japanese. Oh my god. How is she so racist? By a Japanese schoolboy, no less. No. Ah! Ah! Awesome. They always have epic breakdowns.
Please excuse my...
Animal abuser, racist, just everything, man. Murderer.
Please excuse me, my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett,
I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time.
Gladly, Your Excellency.
Alright, here we go, chat. The real story. Everyone else is sexy. Well, yeah. It's a time period, unfortunately. When they told her to get the hell out of the courtroom, that was fucked up.
It was I who took the professor's life using Carrara Ray.
I kind of get why they didn't want to translate this game for so long. If you want to know, these two games, The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, were released on 3DS, but was never brought over to America. They basically said the game was too, like, hard to translate. I can kind of see why they felt that. But I'm glad they took the chance. It makes me happy.
I took the professor's life using Carrara Ray. How do you surmise I chose that particular day for one very important reason? The professor had a dental appointment, dental plan, for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So he planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in this water. Because Carrara Ray is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. Only to see the professor take one sip of his water and it would all be over. I placed a steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a traveling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in the chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan on that spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happen to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt.
Under your skirt? Yo! Boy Man called that. He was like, yo, we gotta look up under the skirt for the gun. It was there. It was. So I was right, there was two guns.
Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. A place where you were sure that I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I had intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, that's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around. Because, of course, you need to make it look like the defendant had shot the Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun. Make sense? So there you have it. That's the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency.
Yes?
I wonder... Might I speak with you in private later?
I shall call on you.
Call on me!
Producer called Pegboard Nerd. So one day another streamer got a RGB pegboard, so called him Pegboard Nerd. What a ripoff. Thank you. Good day then, everyone.
Oh, you can forgive me, Naruto-san.
And she fades away into the sunset. We beat it! We did it!
It would seem that this trial has finally run its course.
I presume the prosecution is in agreement.
This can't be. Tatsuki Iuchi does not lose.
Not to the likes of this rookie student.
You better start getting used to tough opposition.
Ah! Ryunosuke Naruto.
Oh, yes?
This insult to the Iuchi family name will never be forgotten.
Become conceited with age, Consel. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that.
Yo! You gave him the look. The pain look. Get wrecked.
1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Iuchi clan will never measure up to the Naruto clan.
And that's true. That actually happens. Because you literally pain never wins. Ever. Ever.
This trial's in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in the history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke, presented an excellent case.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Use evidence and deduction to unravel the truth as a modern mythology. After all, it's only been again a few short decades since our country opened its doors for the wider world. But the Western idea of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring a new method of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asogi.
Yes?
After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you're able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you.
I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look all so grave all of a sudden?
Never mind, bro. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruto. Yes? In you, I sense, how can I put it? Unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing you, how you carry that onwards.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
It's time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruto, not guilty. Confetti?
Yo, they still do it kinda, but it's spring blossoms. They always do a little celebration.
Court is now adjourned. Kazuma from Konosuba. I don't know what that is. We did it, chat. Pretty sure that it actually took us longer to do the trial in real life than it took us in the game. I think they started the trial at, what, 10 a.m. or 11 a.m.? And they ended at 2:46. It's taken me 5 hours. I'm pretty sure it actually took me longer in real life. I assumed it was an anime. Can't believe it. Can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. Hello, it's a pleasure to watch your work. So you owe me an extra large sukiyaki for this place at Yumiya University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Congratulations to both of you for providing Naruto-san's innocence. Trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for the result, too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much. We hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's. I don't know how things would have turned out. The crime word should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Oh yes, of course. Get me for intruding. Says Suda Makano Boda. Judy goes into the fence. I mean, we already knew that in the game, but I guess he just found out. Speaking of Mikotoba. Oh, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed a true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yuma University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Makoto studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's where you met Dr. Wilson. Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? In the same hospital? Never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides... It's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I love how they're just like dick-sucking Britain so hard right now. But we gotta get those English players involved, man. They're gonna hate this game. I'll learn all I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan. You don't take that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. Japanese man's katana is his soul. This place shows me where I need to go. It cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it already is with my own eyes. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? Giselle Brett, I mean, after all. She's guilty of murder. Yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? She's gonna face trial herself now. She's a true culprit, after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. Shanghai? Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hasanoga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate. But what's this all about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. We can't try her? Then who? Who's gonna bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case. Somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we're signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature for our respective governments, they can't invoke the consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yeah, she's a student. It doesn't justify any governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. But for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. You have this job Johnny really like? Nice. What's it called? The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over the custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student impending murder very seriously. Raga step? That sounds kind of cool. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil. This new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day I have no doubts that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it.
Makes a reggae. I feel like I've heard that before. Like every time the herb come around. That remix. That's a classic one. Well, I think that's enough serious for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. Professor. You're right. There's no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Start having some fun. In that case, may I suggest La Carnival? Bro, everyone gets murdered and robbed from there. I'm not going there. I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, bro. Aren't you? You're also literally bleeding everywhere. Let's not worry about details for now. To La Carnival, will you accompany us, Professor? Of course. The Carnival's food is second to none. We made 2 Raga Step songs. That makes sense. I should go and attend the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh, yes, thank you. The Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Zuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? I want to say thanks again. That's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all on your own work. Skills made the difference, though. One day I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. Made a playlist of all the Raga Step songs you know? Nice. That'd be handy to have. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one deciding to become a great lawyer, not me. Well, come on, you gotta be serious. I helped you today. I was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. But not me. All this tense verbal combat, I never could do that whatsoever again. I just did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I know I could trust you. But that's the point. Sorry? What do you mean? That's the point. Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No, the ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? The defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to what you're when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can't really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe in even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. I think a special kind of person. Believing in your clients. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stop believing in me. Well, you face seemingly hopeless situations time and time again, but you never stop looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it. Though not in your own efforts, you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. Thanks. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. Why do I have ADHD tagged? Because I have ADHD? Sounds serious. What is? You're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hasanoga. I've rented some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Yo, rickshaws, let's go. Thank you, we'll be right here. Let's pick up this conversation again later. You also have it? Well, welcome. Welcome to the club. And you're... Oh, I missed the first line. We should be celebrating right now. Your first victory, and you're starting to Great Britain. Yes, that too. He's gonna make us go instead, isn't he? He's gonna make us go, isn't he? So my very first trial came to an end. Izuma, Professor Mikotoba, Sasuda-san, who acted as my assistant, Inspector Hasanoga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. Ha!
It was because of their help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. It's too bad that guy wasn't better at his job. He would have been done in like 5 minutes. But more importantly, Azuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. He's asked us to go to Britain, man. I already know. We did it! We did it! All right. Well. Nice. That's episode 1 done. Well, so far, I'm really enjoying the game. It's been really cool to play a sort of an Ace Attorney game that I don't, already know all the characters to death. Sort of having to explore these like new relationships and kind of wondering who all these people are. As opposed to the same, like 5 characters you always deal with in these games. So that's been really cool. I've enjoyed the graphics. I've enjoyed... it's still a little wordy. I find the later Ace Attorney games always get kind of wordy. But I do think that it's a very fun game. And I highly recommend it for those that are interested in visual novel games. I still think the trilogy, the Phoenix Wright trilogy, is a better place to start. Mostly because it's a bit of a shorter experience overall. Like the cases are a bit shorter. So I found it's easier for a newcomer. Like you don't have to commit as much. Like with this was like 5.5 hours for one case. And that's the shortest case, 100%. They always make the shortest case the first case. So I'm in for an experience. I'm not going to be streaming the rest of the game, unfortunately. It's just too long to stream. And it's going to kill my voice if I do. But I do want to say thank you for being here today, everyone. Checking it out. I'm glad to have unboxed it. Maybe convince more people to check out the genre or the series. Getting more people, engaged in this kind of stuff. And yeah. But at this point, let's go find someone to host and raid.